Chapter 1918. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk, there was the sound of muffled thunder, and lightning streaked across the sky like a twisting snake. The clouds were thick and heavy, giving off an extremely oppressive feeling. Lu Yi looked up at the sky, his eyes narrowing slightly. "I wonder when this damned weather will end," the rough man muttered. The rough man, squatting by the side, muttered and spat to the side, as if venting the dissatisfaction in his heart. "How long has this weather been going on?" Lu Yi asked. "It's been 2 months," the rough man replied cautiously. Although he was an ordinary person, he still knew about cultivation. Lu Yi had an extraordinary bearing, and he could tell at a glance that he was a successful cultivator. Naturally, the rough man looked up to him in awe. Lu Yi didn't say anything. In the rough man's opinion, this weather was nothing special. It was just a little bad. He only cared about whether the crops in his field could grow and whether he could get next year's rations during the autumn harvest. However, what Lu Yi saw was naturally different. He could clearly feel the aftermath of a fierce battle in the sky. The abnormal weather was partly caused by nature, but more importantly, it was caused by this battle. This realm was being invaded. Lu Yi immediately came to a conclusion. Lu Yi wasn't too sure about the background of this realm, but based on the fact that he had met Yu Yao before, this realm was undoubtedly a large one. He just didn't know if there was sunshine. If there was no sunshine, he naturally wouldn't have too many misgivings. But if there was sunshine, then it was a different story. Thinking about the word bad luck on the dice of fate, Lu Yi guessed that there was a high possibility that there was sunshine in this realm. So he had to be careful. He didn't know what kind of force was invading this realm. Since the battle had lasted for 2 months, it meant that this realm still had the strength to resist. From the looks of it, the Cloud Vine Sacred Land was a very important place. He hadn't received any information about this trial, so he could only rely on his own inquiries and guesses. Just as he was thinking this, Lu Yi suddenly frowned and turned to look in a certain direction. Then he flicked his finger, and a drop of treasured blood flew out. Under the stunned gaze of the rough man, it turned into a human figure identical to Lu Yi. However, the clothes on his body were blood-red, as if they were cast in blood. Leaving the treasured blood clone to guard this place, Lu Ye's main body quickly left. He sensed 2 powerful auras approaching. What made him feel strange was that these 2 auras were vaguely familiar, as if he had sensed them somewhere before. Several dozen breaths later, several hundred li away, Lu Yi stood still and looked at the 2 figures, one tall and one short, with a look of surprise in his eyes. These 2 fellows were the 2 people he had killed in front of the thatched cottage. The shorter one had been decapitated by his saber, while the taller one had been sliced in half at the waist. With such injuries, not only would Yu Yao die, even Ri Zhao wouldn't be able to survive. Yet, not only had they not died, but they had also caught up to him. What was going on? Sensing the aura of these 2 people, they were indeed the 2 people he had met and not someone else. At this moment, both of them glared gloomily at Lu Yi, their expressions filled with anger. Moreover, the 2 of them had used some kind of secret technique to link their auras together, clearly preparing to join forces against the enemy. "Fellow Taoist, you're really something," the tall one said. "We were careless just now," said the short one. "Now, let's fight again," the tall one said again. "If you don't want to die, that's fine too," the short one said for the second time. "Hand over that infant, then, fellow Taoist. You'll come under my great heavenly God. Only then will you be safe." These 2 people spoke one after another, and the connection between them was extremely natural. It was as if one person was speaking, and this made Lu Yi feel extremely strange. He frowned slightly. Great Heavenly God, what is that? He vaguely guessed that the so-called Great Heavenly God should be the background of these 2 Yu Yao, but Lu Yi wasn't clear about the specifics. Perhaps it was a very powerful cultivator. "Impudent!" the tall one shouted harshly. "The Great Heavenly God is supreme, above all the races in the world. Don't be rude. So, what exactly is the Great Heavenly God?" Normally, Lu Yi couldn't be bothered to speak too much nonsense with the enemy, but right now he had too little information, so he naturally wanted to find out more information. Also, I clearly killed both of you, so why aren't you dead? He asked the question in his heart. When a cultivator reached the constellation tier, the cultivation direction was the cultivation of essence. Thus, after reaching the constellation tier, a cultivator's chi and blood would have a qualitative improvement, and it wouldn't be impossible for them to recover from their injuries, regrow their severed limbs, and so on. However, Lu Yi had really never seen anyone still alive after being decapitated. This was too illogical. What puzzled him even more was that he actually didn't sense the existence of the power of Fong from these two people. In other words, they had used some kind of method to dissolve the power of Fong around their wounds. Were these two people really the two people that he had killed? There's no need to speak too much with him. This kind of ignorant person will never be able to experience the glory of the great heavenly God. Kill him! The tall one shouted harshly. The two of them activated their chi, blood, and magic power at the same time, and their aura instantly became comparable to that of Yu Yao's late stage. In the next instant, the two of them transformed into flowing lights, crisscrossing left and right, and like a pair of scissors, they cut toward Lu Ye's body. Lu Ye's expression was grave, and he unsheathed his Pan Mountain saber. His figure moved slightly, and two saber lights slashed out at almost the same time. There was a poochie sound, and two bloody figures fell to the ground behind Lu Yi. Lu Yi frowned, and he tilted his head to look. These two people were so aggressive, and their words were full of arrogance. Lu Yi had thought that they were very powerful, but this was it. The confidence that the so-called great heavenly God gave them was a bit too inflated. This time, Lu Yi used a heavy hand, and the two of them were directly cut into 4 halves. They couldn't be more dead. Lu Yi withdrew his Pan Mountain saber, and his divine sense confirmed that they were already dead. The power of Fong around their wounds had also dissipated. The existence of the power of Fong was dependent on vitality. Strictly speaking, it was devouring a cultivator's vitality to maintain itself. Therefore, if there was no vitality, then the power of Fong couldn't exist alone. Lu Yi took a step forward and prepared to leave. However, his expression suddenly changed, and he looked toward the 2 corpses. In the next instant, a look of shock appeared on his face. He saw that the wounds of the 2 corpses were actually blooming with a faint light, and under the guidance of that light, the broken pieces of the 2 cultivators' bodies actually closed up. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying wounds healed, and then an astonishing vitality bloomed from their bodies. Lu Yi was dumbfounded. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have dared to believe that there was such a ridiculous thing in this world. Coming back from the dead was a word that could only be heard in legends. But now it was actually happening right under his nose. These 2, what were they? Lu Yi was sure that they were definitely flesh and blood. The feeling of the Pan Mountain sabers slash couldn't be wrong. But since they were flesh and blood, how could they not die? Looking at it this way, they had also come back from the dead before. The moment they came back to life, the 2 cultivators rushed toward Lu Yi again. However, after suffering a loss just now, they probably knew that their strength was inferior to Lu Ye's, so their gazes became extremely resolute. Lu Yi frowned. What he saw in front of him had already surpassed his understanding, but he still had no intention of dodging the attacks of the 2 cultivators. He didn't know what method these 2 had used to come back from the dead, but there couldn't be such a ridiculous thing in this world. If they couldn't be killed once and they couldn't be killed twice, then what about 3 times, 5 times, 10 times, 100 times? He wanted to see if these 2 were truly immortal and indestructible. The Pan Mountain saber slashed out so quickly that the 2 cultivators had no time to react. However, just as they were about to die, surging magic power suddenly surged out without restraint. Then, with 2 loud booms, they exploded into a bloody mist. Blood splattered everywhere, and a black mist so dense that it was almost tangible wrapped around Lu Ye's body. This was the extreme concentration of magic power from the two cultivators. Lu Yi immediately sensed that something was wrong because his innate skill tree was reacting even more strongly. The innate skill tree was already burning away the power of misfortune from the die of fate, so now it was clearly burdened. These two cultivators' magic power was poisonous. He immediately recalled the injuries of the old man who had entrusted his child to him. The old man had shown signs of being poisoned, so it must have come from these two cultivators. Suddenly, Lu Yi understood where these two cultivators' confidence came from. They were indeed no match for him, but this kind of dirty trick was impossible to guard against. Once they fell for it, they could use their immortal bodies to slowly grind their opponents to death. If it were any other cultivator, they would be powerless and could only temporarily leave to find a place to recuperate. However, Lu Yi was not afraid of this at all. The stronger reaction from his innate skill tree had already disappeared. Clearly, the poison that had invaded his body had been completely burned away. He looked up and saw that countless pieces of flesh were reassembling, quickly piecing together the silhouettes of two cultivators, faintly showing signs of resurrection. Lu Yi did not make a move, but waited instead. After 3 breaths, the two cultivators suddenly burst out with vitality that only the living could have. At this moment, the saber light flashed, and the two cultivators who were almost resurrected were once again annihilated. Resurrection again and again, death again and again. It seemed like they really were immortal and indestructible. However, Lu Yi keenly sensed that the speed of their resurrection was slowing down after each death. After 5 times, it had become very slow, and it took about half an hour for their vitality to show signs of recovery. During the process of their resurrection, Lu Yi also tried to probe their bodies to see if there were any mysteries. However, even if he chopped them into minced meat, he could not find anything. After the 8th time, the two cultivators' resurrection took half an hour, and after their resurrection, the vitality in their bodies was greatly reduced. This made Lu Yi even more certain of his guess. No matter why these two cultivators could be resurrected, they were not really immortal and indestructible. There was a price to pay for their resurrection. After the 12th time, the pieces of flesh in the sky suddenly turned into specks of fluorescent light and disappeared. Lu Yi was stunned for a moment before he realized that Yu Yao had really died in these 2 months, and they were the shadows. When Lu Yi killed them for the first time, he thought that they were also cultivators who came to gain experience. End of chapter. Chapter 1919. Standing in place, Lu Yi muttered to himself for a long time. He faintly felt that this training would be somewhat troublesome. He was not afraid of a simple battle between Yu Yao and Yu Yao. With his current strength, he was basically invincible in the same realm. Even if he encountered the slightly weaker Riguang, it was not as if he had no trump cards. However, the two cultivators who could come back from the dead made him feel troubled. It was the first time he had encountered such existences. Although they were far from being immortal and indestructible, their method of resurrection was shocking enough. Soon after, he recalled that these shadows in the Azura field were condensed from the traces left behind by cultivators of a certain era. They were recreated by the Azura field using its supreme and profound power. In that case, in a certain period of time in history, did those two cultivators really exist? And they said that they were disciples of the great heavenly God. So there were definitely more than 2 such existences. Just how powerful was the great heavenly God? Thinking about it more deeply, if there were such strange shadows in the Azura field, then what about in the starry sky? Were there also such shadows? It was just that the starry sky was too vast, and no one could know everything. Lu Yi secretly rejoiced. He had encountered the disciples of the great heavenly God during his training. If he had encountered them outside, he might have really suffered a loss if he was not careful. He collected his thoughts and turned around to leave. After a short while, he returned to the small village. It was drizzling, and the rough man was still squatting under the eaves. Inside the house, a simple woman was holding a baby, gently patting it and humming an unknown lullaby. The baby had already fallen asleep. Seeing Lu Yi return, the woman stood up and handed the baby over. Lu Yi took it and said, "Thank you, madam." The woman had never heard such a title in her life, so she was a little reserved. She waved her hand and said in a low voice, "No need, no need." Then she thought of something and turned around to pick up an ancient water bag from the table beside her. "There is some breast milk in here. If the baby is hungry, heat it up and feed it to him. But don't make it too hot, or it will hurt him." Lu Yi nodded and put away the water bag. His divine sense rummaged through his storage ring, but he found that there was nothing he could give away. Spirit jade, spirit crystals, and the like were naturally not suitable, let alone treasures. He had no choice but to thank them again. After bidding farewell to the couple, Lu Yi withdrew his precious blood clone, leaped up, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. He didn't know where the Cloud Radish Holy Land was, but when he was chatting with the course man, he heard about a place called the Cloud Radish Mountain. The man hadn't been there before. After all, it was too far away, so he only gave him a general direction. Lu Yi naturally wasn't worried that he wouldn't be able to find it. He was prepared to ask someone along the way. Currently, this realm was not peaceful. There were unknown enemies invading from beyond the heavens, and there were also the so-called Great Deity sect causing chaos within the realm. There was definitely some relationship between the two. As Lu Yi walked forward, he kept thinking about what his mission was. After thinking about it for a while, he felt that it had something to do with resolving the crisis in this realm. However, he had too little information at the moment, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Ignoring the future, his current mission was obviously to send the baby in his arms to the Cloud Radish Holy Land. Perhaps everything would be clear once he reached there. It didn't take much effort for Lu Yi to find the location of the Cloud Radish Holy Land. As long as he entered the Cloud Radish Mountain, he would see the active figures of cultivators from time to time. After casually inquiring, he knew the specific location of the Cloud Radish Holy Land. He could feel that the security here was very tight. There were cultivators from the Cloud Radish Holy Land patrolling everywhere. This made Lu Yi realize that the trouble in this realm might be more serious than he had thought. After explaining his purpose, Lu Yi was led to the Cloud Radish Holy Land by a team of patrolling cultivators. Then he was placed in a guest hall. The baby in his arms cried again. It should be hungry. Lu Yi took out the water bag and slightly urged his spirit power to heat the breast milk inside. Then he wrapped it in his magic power and sent it into the baby's mouth, little by little. Now that he had arrived at the Cloud Radish Holy Land, what should he do next? Just as Lu Yi was pondering, he suddenly heard footsteps coming from the side. He turned his head and saw a tall and beautiful woman with a cold temperament walking towards him aggressively. She was wearing a white dress that was covered in blood, but there were no traces of injuries on her body. She gritted her teeth and looked at Lu Yi as if she had some irreconcilable hatred with him. Lu Yi frowned. He didn't know what was going on. The woman walked in front of him and lowered her head to look at him. Lu Yi met her gaze. His eyes were clear. The woman looked at the baby in Lu Ye's arms. Then she turned to another cultivator behind her and said, "Bring the baby over!" Another woman with a sword behind her stepped forward and reached out her hand to Lu Yi. Lu Yi blinked and decisively handed the baby over. He heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally handed the baby over. Although he didn't know why the old man wanted him to bring the baby here before he died, as long as he brought the baby over, the mission was completed. As for who to hand the baby over to, Lu Yi didn't know who to hand it over to. Almost as soon as Lu Yi handed over the baby, the tall woman suddenly raised her hand. Lu Yi instinctively wanted to dodge, but after thinking about it, he didn't dodge. This was because he didn't feel any malice from the woman's actions, even though she seemed to hate him to the core. In the next instant, Lu Yi felt his ear being pinched by a warm and soft hand. The tall woman gritted her teeth and said, "You're finally willing to come back, my good junior brother." Lu Yi couldn't help but tilt his head. He immediately understood his identity on this trip. He was this tall woman's junior brother. This was clearly the Azura Fields arrangement. Lu Yi should have known before entering this place. Unfortunately, there seemed to be a problem when he entered this place. The tall woman suddenly frowned. She slowly loosened her grip on Lu Ye's ear and looked at him in surprise. Then she hesitantly asked, "What's wrong?" A thought flashed through Lu Ye's mind. Then he said, "I forgot a lot of things." He had to quickly find out more useful information. Playing the fool was undoubtedly the best method. "You forgot a lot of things." The tall woman's expression changed. Then she grabbed Lu Ye's wrist and examined him with rapt attention. After a short while, she looked at Lu Yi. "Do you know who I am?" Lu Yi shook his head. He really didn't know. A pained expression immediately appeared in the woman's eyes. Her voice trembled as she asked, "Then you definitely don't know who you are?" Lu Yi still shook his head. The woman's beautiful eyes were already filled with mist. At this moment, her cold expression blossomed like water. She sighed and stepped forward. She hugged Lu Yi and gently patted his back as if she was coaxing a child. "It's okay. Let's go home. Everything will be fine from now on." Lu Yi felt his cheeks being wrapped in too astonishing softness. After a short while, Lu Yi finally figured out his identity on this trip. The current holy disciple of the Cloud Vine Holy Land. Compared to his previous identity, this identity was undoubtedly much more righteous. Lu Yi was very satisfied. At least the Azura Field had some humanity this time. He finally didn't have to be an evil person. As for the tall woman, she was his senior sister, Sun Yinue. Many years ago, this holy disciple Lu Yi had left the Cloud Vine Holy Land for some unknown reason. Since then, there had been no news of him. Only today did he suddenly return. It could be seen that Sun Yinue was extremely good to this junior brother of hers. All of the changes in her emotions just now were her true feelings. "Your child." Sun Yinue looked at the baby in the arms of the sword-wielding woman. Lu Yi shook his head and said, "An old man entrusted him to me before he died. He asked me to bring him here. I guess the child's relatives might be here." Sun Yinue understood. This realm is currently facing external and internal problems. Who knows how many sects have been destroyed? The Holy Land has become the core of the resistance against external enemies. 80% of this realm's cultivators have gathered here to listen to orders. There are also some who have fled here. I'll send someone to look for him. Perhaps there will be some clues. That's good. Lu Yi nodded. Sun Yinue's arrangement was undoubtedly suitable. Then he asked, "What's going on with this realm?" Sun Yinue's expression darkened. She immediately explained to Lu Yi in detail. After her explanation, Lu Yi finally understood the background of this trip. This was the final soul realm located in a relatively rich star system. This star system had several large star domains. A few years ago, a group of uninvited guests arrived and caused a conflict. When the news spread, several large star domains immediately decided to join forces to resist the enemy. They each mobilized cultivators from their own star domains to form an allied army and fought against the external enemies in the starry sky. When the war was intense and both sides suffered casualties, the final soul realm was also invaded. Caught off guard, this realm suffered a great loss. Fortunately, Sunshine, who was left behind to guard this realm, reacted quickly and immediately adopted a corresponding countermeasure. Right now, the Sunshine Powerhouse led this realm's cultivators to form a defensive line outside the realm. Even so, many enemies still managed to infiltrate this realm, killing and destroying all kinds of things in the realm. Those enemies are very strange and very dangerous. Sun Yinue's tone was heavy. Lu Yi said, "Do they almost have an immortal body? No matter how serious their injuries are, they can recover very quickly. You encountered them?" Sun Nianue looked at Lu Yi in surprise. Lu Yi nodded. Sun Nianue said, "Yes, their recovery ability is extremely terrifying. Even a decapitation wound can't kill them. If you want to kill them completely, you can only kill them many times in a short period of time until they can't take it anymore. They call themselves Heavenly God's disciples and often mention the name of Great Heavenly God." Lu Yi had personally experienced the strangeness of these so-called Heavenly God's disciples. Naturally, he knew how difficult it was to deal with them. Not every cultivator had the ability to kill enemies as quickly as he did. With the recovery ability of those Heavenly God's disciples, if there was no way to kill them many times in a short period of time, even if they were stronger than the enemy, they would slowly be tortured to death. Is there no way to kill them in one blow? Lu Yi asked. Sun Nianue said, "This is the direction we need to look for." Chapter 1920. In the hall, Lu Yi and Sun Nianue had a detailed discussion, and he had a vague insight. His next goal should be to find a way to quickly kill Empyrean God apprentices. If he could find it, then this experience would be a great harvest. Just as he was thinking this, Sun Nianue suddenly glanced at the mountain pandao at his waist. Her gaze complicated. "It's been so many years, and you're still carrying it." Huh. Lu Yi was stunned. The mountain pandao. Did it have a special origin in this training scene? Sun Nianue sighed. "We're weak medical cultivators, junior brother. We only care about saving the dying and healing the injured. We don't need to fight. You were like this in the past. You were clearly talented in the medical path, but you chose to walk the path of a soldier cultivator, which made Master unhappy. Now you're still, so I'm a weak medical cultivator." Lu Yi blinked. Was there really something wrong with the Azura field? How could he know anything about the medical path? Why was he given such an identity in this training? He felt helpless. However, Sun Nianue did say that the reason why the cultivators of the Netherworld realm treated the cloud radish sacred ground as the core to resist the foreign enemies was because it was a famous medical holy land in the entire realm. The fierce confrontation was destined to cause many injuries, and the injured cultivators would return here to seek treatment. Now, all the medical cultivators of the Netherworld realm were gathered here. Lu Ye's current identity was the holy son of the cloud radish sacred ground, so his talent in the medical path was naturally extraordinary. But in fact, he didn't know anything about it. Sun Nianue was also a medical cultivator, and she was the most accomplished one in the entire Netherworld realm. The bloodstains on her body were all from saving people. Forget it. If you like it, then take it. Sun Nianue was undoubtedly very tolerant of Lu Yi. Since you've just returned, you should go and rest first. Zhaixing Lu is still the same as before. Back then, after you left, Master would often go there. Every time, she would be depressed. I'll arrange another guard for you later. Lu Yi keenly realized something and asked, "Where's Master?" This Master must be a sunshine expert, because his cultivation wasn't weak, and Sun Nianue seemed to be at the late stage of the Moon Jade realm. Given the size of the Yunluo sacred ground, there were definitely sunshine realm cultivators. Sun Nianue explained, "Master went out to fight with the realm lord. But don't worry, news just came back a few days ago. Although the battle over there is intense, Master is only in charge of treatment and doesn't need to go into battle to kill the enemy." From the looks of it, his master was indeed a medical cultivator. Sun Nianue sent a message to the outside. Immediately, a cultivator walked in from outside. It was a very cute girl. When she got close, she said in a crisp voice, "Senior sister." Sun Nianue nodded. Duo, take your senior brother to Zhaixing Lu, yes." The girl called Duo hurriedly responded, then looked at Lu Yi. "Senior brother, please follow me." Lu Yi left with her. Zhaixing Lu was not far from here. It was on another spiritual peak. Along the way, Duo led the way, occasionally turning her head to look at Lu Yi. Her clear eyes were full of curiosity. "You know me?" Lu Yi asked. Duo said, "Senior brother, you don't remember me?" "I've forgotten what happened before." Duo suddenly showed a sympathetic look and said, "I'm Aki Duo. I entered the sect with you before. Senior brother, you saved me before." As he said this, he lifted his shirt and put on an innocent look. "Look, you're the one who helped to treat the injuries here." Lu Yi glanced at her and found that there was indeed a faint scar on the side of her waist, but it was still conspicuous because of her snow-white and delicate skin. The scar was very long and should have been quite serious back then. There were many cultivators flying around nearby. Aki Duo's action immediately attracted many pairs of eyes. Lu Yi was speechless. "Put down your clothes. Little girl, what a scandal." "Oh." Aki Duo hurriedly put down her clothes. Not long after, they arrived at Jiaxing. Aki Duo led Lu Yi here and left. Lu Yi looked up and saw that the entire Jiaxing Lu had 9 floors and was about 300 feet high. There was only one building in this huge spirit mountain. In front of the building was a huge platform square. There was no aura of life in the building. It seemed that this place was not open to the public. Since he was here, Lu Yi stepped toward Jiaxing Lu and temporarily stayed in a room on the first floor, sitting cross-legged on the praying mat. Lu Ye's mind was immersed in investigating the movement of the talent tree. Most of the bad luck added to his body by the dice of fate had been burned away. Moreover, Lu Yi discovered one thing. The bad luck added to his body this time did not seem to be very strong. It only allowed him to pick up a baby at the beginning and then meet 2 disciples of God. The rest of the journey was peaceful. According to the current progress, it should take another day for the power of misfortune to be completely burned out. This was a small problem. The biggest problem he needed to face now was this experience. Because the Azura field did not provide any information and intelligence, Lu Yi could only cross the river by feeling the stones. He had to explore everything by himself. Sending the baby to the Yunluo, a holy land, was only the first step. Through the conversation with Sun Nianyue, Lu Yi already knew what he should do next. He was not in a hurry. To be on the safe side, he had to wait until the power of misfortune was completely burned out. A day passed by quickly. Lu Yi stood up and walked out after he sensed that the talent tree was no longer acting strangely. However, as soon as he walked out, a figure descended from the sky and landed directly in front of him. Lu Yi looked carefully and found that it was a kiddo. "Senior brother." Lu Yi nodded. "What's the matter?" A kiddo said, "Senior sister Sun said that if senior brother has rested well, please go to the Renuan Valley. There are many injured people there who need to be treated." Lu Yi suddenly felt a headache. He was good at killing people, but how could he know how to save people? He secretly rejoiced that he had the foresight to give Sun Nianyue the impression that he had completely lost his memory when he saw her. Since he had lost his memory, it was normal for him to forget about medicine. He had to explain it to Sun Nianyue face to face. Otherwise, this senior sister would probably rely on him to help. "Let's go." With that said, Lu Yi and a kiddo flew toward the Renuan Valley. The Renuan Valley was very large. It was originally a place where cultivators in need of treatment came to the Yunluo, a holy land, for treatment. Now, it was used as a place to treat the injured cultivators from the battle. Although cultivators of the upper realm were full of vitality and energy and could recover from ordinary injuries on their own. Yu Yao could even regrow a severed arm. However, their speed of recovery was naturally not as fast as that of medical cultivators. In such a great battle, the number of medical cultivators and the strength of their skills would affect the direction of the battle to a certain extent. Now all the medical cultivators in the final soul realm were gathered in the Yunluo Holy Land. When Lu Yi arrived at the Renuan Valley, he found that there were busy cultivators everywhere. The smell of blood filled the air. Sun Nianyue was busy in one place. She activated her magic power, and a gentle power wrapped around a cultivator who had lost an arm in front of her. The cultivator's face was full of pain, and sweat dripped from his forehead. There was no sign of flesh and blood growing from the severed arm. Instead, there was some black mist lingering around it. Even the cultivator's face was a little gloomy. This immediately reminded Lu Yi of the strangeness of the disciples of God. Their magic power was very strange. Lu Yi had felt it when he was fighting with the two disciples of God. This cultivator who was being treated was obviously injured by the disciples of God. Senior's sister. Lu Yi came to Sun Nianyue's side and stood still. Sun Nianyue turned to look at him. Come and take over. I'll teach you how to detoxify the poison. The magic power of those disciples of God is strange. If you don't deal with it first, it will be difficult to recover. After saying that, she immediately took a step back. Seeing that Lu Yi was still standing in the same place, she couldn't help but urge, "Don't be in a daze!" Lu Yi originally wanted to explain to Sun Nianyue that he didn't have the means to save people. What he needed to do now was to find a way to quickly kill the disciples of God. This was definitely an important direction for this experience. But after seeing the situation of this cultivator with a severed arm, he suddenly realized something. Under normal circumstances, the identity that the Shiraba arranged for cultivators was basically based on the cultivator's previous performance. It wouldn't be too outrageous. For example, a constellation cultivator. Even if the Shiraba arranged an identity for him as sunshine, he wouldn't be able to exert that kind of power. Such a paper tiger naturally wouldn't have a good ending when he entered the experience scene. In this experience, the identity that the Shiraba arranged for him was a medical cultivator. Lu Yi originally felt that something was wrong, but now he finally understood why there was such an arrangement. He had previously received a few bounty missions to detoxify people in the bounty hall. Because he had shown the ability to detoxify people, he was given such an identity as a medical cultivator. So that was the case. Lu Ye's heart suddenly understood. This made sense. As his thoughts turned, he stepped forward and raised his hand to put it on the shoulder of the cultivator with a severed arm. Sun Nianyue's voice sounded in his ear. The disciple of God's mana is like a kind of poison, but it's not a poison at all. It has the strange ability to devour other people's mana to strengthen itself. Only the medical cultivator's means can suppress and detoxify it. So, their injured Ta was sent here. What we need to do is... As she spoke, Sun Nianyue's voice gradually grew weaker and weaker, and her eyes slowly widened, because she saw an extremely incredible scene. The strange power of the disciple of God, which she felt was extremely difficult to deal with, was actually disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. She only spoke for a few breaths of time, but in just this short period of time, the black fog lingering around the wound of the cultivator with a severed arm, along with the obscurity on his face, disappeared without a trace. The cultivator with a severed arm also clearly felt the changes in his body. The original hardships quickly disappeared, and his expression became calm and peaceful. His cultivation was not ordinary. As long as he resolved the disciple of God's mana, the remaining injuries were nothing to him. End of this chapter. Chapter 1921. The flesh and blood on the broken arm wriggled, and granulation grew out. This was undoubtedly the self-healing of a powerful body, and it also showed that the strange power of the enlightened disciple had been completely resolved. Sun Nianyue suddenly turned her head to look at Lu Yi, and her face was full of disbelief. She had no idea what her junior brother had done to have such an immediate effect. The one-armed cultivator opened his eyes and looked at Lu Yi with admiration. This fellow cultivator has extraordinary skills. How may I address you? He had been fighting in this world for several years and was repeatedly injured by the enlightened disciple. But there had never been a medical cultivator who could help him solve his problem so quickly. Sun Nianyue came back to her senses, suppressed the shock in her heart, and proudly said, "This is my junior brother." The one-armed cultivator was surprised. "Are you the miracle medical sage Lu Yi?" Lu Ye's mouth twitched. He didn't know that he had such a famous name. He didn't know about it at all. But then again, Miracle Medical Sage was much more pleasant to the ear than Sect Destroyer Yi. Yes, Junior Brother just returned from his travels a few days ago, Sun Ninyue explained. The one-armed cultivator probably wanted to salute, but found that he couldn't do it without an arm, so he could only nod to Lu Yi. I've heard a lot about you. Today I see that you really live up to your reputation. You flatter me. Lu Yi blushed with shame. Sun Ninyue stepped forward and began to heal the one-armed cultivator. She turned to Lu Yi and said, Junior Brother, since you have the means to quickly resolve the power of the enlightened disciple, why don't you take care of this matter? She originally wanted to test whether her junior brother's medical skills had improved in the years he had been missing, but now it seemed that there was no need to test him. She was far inferior to his magical skills, and even her master couldn't do it. Her junior brother was really a genius, born to save lives and heal the wounded. Sun Ninyue's proposal was undoubtedly what Lu Yi wanted. He couldn't save people because he didn't have the means to do so, but it was just to resolve the strange power of the enlightened disciple, which was too easy for him. He immediately nodded. Okay, 80% of the injured cultivators in the Renyuan Valley had the strange power of the divine disciple left in their bodies. This was the biggest problem for medical practitioners to treat them. Before Lu Yi appeared, all medical practitioners had to spend a lot of energy and time to solve this problem. In fact, only a small part of the time was spent on treating the injured cultivators, because they were all cultivators in the upper realm. As long as the strange power of the divine disciple was resolved with the assistance of medical practitioners, coupled with their own recovery ability and spirit pills, it was not difficult to recover. Lu Yi walked and stopped in the Renyuan Valley. With the help of the talent tree, he helped one cultivator after another to resolve the strange power of the divine disciple. This matter was beneficial to him. Although there was no information to guide him, Lu Yi could feel that this was also a training mission for him. The better he completed it, the more Azura seals he could obtain. Moreover, no matter what his mission was this time, he had to win this battle against the divine disciple. Helping the practitioners on his side to recover quickly was undoubtedly a kind of help. Only half a day later, the name of the miracle healer spread far and wide. With Lu Ye's help, the number of injured cultivators in Renyuan Valley rapidly decreased. Those who had recovered quickly rushed out of the boundary and joined the battle again. At the same time, outside the final serene world, there was a huge palace with cultivators constantly coming in and out. This place was the foundation of the final serene world's external defense line. The entire galaxy had been invaded by foreign enemies. The largest battlefield was in the depths of the starry sky. However, every boundary in the galaxy had its own battlefield. Sitting in this palace was a sunshine cultivator from the final serene world called Tianhong. He was also the only sunshine cultivator to stay in the final serene world. The others, such as the Holy Lord of the Cloud Radish Holy Land, had followed the Realm Lord out to fight. At this moment, he was looking through a lot of information in his hands, frowning from time to time. After several years of fighting, the situation was still unclear. Their world had suffered a lot of losses, but the enemy showed no signs of retreating. The main reason was that the divine disciple was too difficult to kill. So far, they had not found a way to kill him in one blow, especially Sunshine, who was on the opposite side. In terms of strength, he was stronger than him. He had killed him as many as 3 times, but he could quickly recover each time. However, because of the divine disciple's strange immortal body, he could not kill him. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he saw a piece of information that he was interested in. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Pass the order. Ask the left front general to come back and see me." Yes. The cultivator immediately responded and sent out the message. After waiting for about half an hour, a burly figure stepped in from the outside. Wrapped in a shocking murderous aura, his body was covered in blood. It was obvious that he had gone through a battle. This was the left front general, the strongest cultivator under Tianhong's command. The left front general cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, Lord Tianhong." Tianhong nodded slightly. "There is a mission for you to do." The left front general said in a deep voice, "Please give the order, Lord." His eyebrows were filled with eagerness. This experience was extremely strange. Everything was confusing. Now that he finally had a clear mission, he secretly decided that even if the other party wanted him to assassinate that disciple of Rizhao Heavenly God, he would give it a try. Return to this world and go to the Yunluo Holy Ground. Protect the current Holy Son of the Yunluo Holy Ground. Do not let anything happen to him, Tianhong ordered. The left front general thought that he had misheard and could not help but ask, "Lord, you want me to protect the Holy Son of the Yunluo Holy Ground?" "I am the strongest cultivator under your command, Yu Yao. You don't want me to charge and kill the enemy, but you want me to protect someone?" "That's right," Tianhong replied. "There is no time to lose. Let's go now." The left front general's mouth twitched, but in the end he was speechless. This was a mission that he had clearly received, and he could not reject it. Moreover, judging from Tianhong's tone, he was afraid that he could not reject it. Your killing intent is too strong. When you reach the Yunluo Holy Ground, restrain yourself. 90% of this world's medical cultivators are gathered there. They are all weak cultivators who do not participate in battles. Do not scare them. When you return, go find Sun Ninyue and listen to her arrangements. Tianhong was worried and reminded him. "Understood." The left front general replied. He turned around and left the main hall of the palace. He rubbed his big bald head and helplessly flew towards the final soul world. He was in the middle of killing enemies when he was suddenly summoned back to be a bodyguard. This made him feel very unhappy. After a while, the left front general entered the final world and entered the Yunluo Holy Ground. After asking around, he found Sun Ninyue, who was treating the wounded and dying in the Rinyuan Valley. When they met face to face, Sun Ninyue suddenly felt very safe when she saw his huge physique and ferocious face. She originally wanted to arrange another Yu Yao to be her junior brother's bodyguard. However, after her junior brother displayed his miraculous skills, she knew that her arrangement was inappropriate. She immediately sent a message to Tianhong in the outer realm, asking him to help find a more suitable bodyguard. The person in front of her should have been arranged by Marshal Uncle Tianhong. After a simple conversation, the left front general flew toward Zhaixinglu. At Zhaixinglu, Lu Yi had returned. He had finished treating the injured cultivators in the Rinyuan Valley. Then Sun Ninyue, his senior sister, rushed him back to rest and recuperate. In Sun Ninyue's opinion, although her junior brother's method of dealing with the strange power of the enlightened disciples was marvelous, it must have consumed a lot of energy. After treating so many cultivators in such a short period of time, he naturally needed to rest. This was exactly what Lu Yi wanted. If Sun Ninyue really asked him to help treat her injuries, he really did not know what to do. Next, he only needed to stroll around the Rinyuan Valley every day and help the injured cultivators deal with the power of the enlightened disciples. The rest would be to explore and find a way to kill the enlightened disciples in one strike. In this way, he had to catch an enlightened disciple to study. Although he had killed 2 enlightened God's disciples and carefully examined their condition after death, he did not study it too deeply. Such research had been done many times in the final world. When he left the Rinyuan Valley just now, he mentioned it to Sun Ninyue. Sun Ninyue told him to come back and wait. She would order someone to send the information of the previous research. Not long after, a familiar voice called out, "Senior brother." "Come in." Lu Yi recognized Akijuo's voice. Akijuo pushed the door and entered, then handed Lu Yi a few jade slips. "This is what senior sister Sun asked me to give you." Lu Yi took it and nodded. "Thank you for your hard work." Akijuo smiled sweetly It's not hard. Senior brother, I'm leaving. Go ahead. After Akijol left, Lu Yi was about to check the information in the jade slip when he suddenly felt a powerful aura quickly approaching. Lu Ye's first reaction was that someone was sneaking up on him, but after sensing the aura, he suddenly frowned because this aura was inexplicably familiar. A loud bang came from the square outside, followed by a familiar loud voice. Where's Holy Child Yin Luo? He was naturally unhappy that he had been sent back to be a bodyguard, but he couldn't refuse. After thinking about it, the best way was to show his fierceness and make Saint Child Yin Luo fear him. It would be best if Saint Child Yin Luo took the initiative to change his bodyguard, a weak medical cultivator. If he casually scared him, he would definitely be scared out of his wits. Thinking of this, his expression became more and more ferocious, and he bared his teeth as if he was going to eat someone. Then he saw a head poking out from the front door. His expression suddenly became much more ferocious, as if he was really an evil spirit descending into the world. Their eyes met. His ferocious face suddenly became startled, and the corners of his eyes could not help but tremble. He could not help but recall all kinds of things in the battlefield. For a moment he thought he was seeing things. He raised his hand to rub his eyes and found that he was not seeing things. The two of them both exclaimed in surprise, obviously not expecting to meet each other here and in such a way. Lu Yi walked out of the star-picking tower and smiled gently at the left front general. What a coincidence, we meet again. The left front general frowned, completely sure of Lu Ye's identity. He suddenly recalled Tianhong's evaluation before leaving. Was this the so-called weak medical cultivator that he needed to protect? Was there a mistake somewhere? End of chapter. Chapter 1922. In the stargazing pavilion, Lu Yi and the left front general sat across from each other in silence. However, the left front general was rather speechless as he looked at Lu Yi. What was going on over at Tianhong's side? This person in front of him was even stronger than him. Why would he need his protection? With Lu Ye's strength, unless Ri Zhao personally intervened, Yao probably wouldn't be able to withstand a single strike from him. After all, he had personally experienced Lu Ye's strength. Fellow Taoist Luo, Lu Yi suddenly said. The left front general was taken aback at first, but he quickly reacted. My name is Abdullah. Lu Yi nodded. Fellow Taoist Luo, it's fate that brought us together. Also, it seems like we're on the same side for this trial, so we're considered companions. Why don't we exchange information? There were many things that he didn't understand. He originally wanted to find an opportunity to find a cultivator to ask about the situation, but who would have thought that Abdullah would suddenly appear in front of him? He just didn't know why this guy had such a fierce expression when they first met. Abdullah sighed. Call me whatever you want. We can exchange information, of course, but I don't have much information on my side. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? Abdullah frowned. This trial is a little strange. I've never encountered such a situation before. When I entered the trial scene this time, I waited in the darkness for a long time. Moreover, the Azura field didn't provide any useful information, so I was directly thrown in. You too? Lu Yi looked at him in shock. Abdullah said too? Could it be? Lu Yi nodded. Me too. Through Abdullah's description, he undoubtedly knew that Abdullah had experienced the same thing as him before entering this trial scene. At first, he only felt that something was a little off. But now it seemed that there really was something wrong with the Azura field, right? This is interesting. Abro stroked his chin in contemplation. Unlike Lu Yi, he had been here for many years and had entered and exited various training grounds countless times. But none of them were as strange as this one. Then tell me what information you have, Lu Yi said. Abdullah naturally didn't hide anything and immediately told him everything. Lu Yi listened carefully and then realized that he knew more or less the same things as himself. The only thing he knew was that the cultivators of this star system were currently fighting against foreign enemies in outer space, and that the battle in this world was also intense. Abdullah's identity was Yu Yao, the strongest subordinate of Tian Hong. Before he was summoned back, he had been fighting outside. He had personally experienced the strangeness of the disciples of gods. They were extremely difficult to kill. Even if those disciples of gods were smashed into pieces, they could quickly recover. Only after dying a certain number of times would they truly die. After Abdullah finished speaking, Lu Yi reported the information he had gathered. After a brief discussion, Abdullah said, "According to my experience and deduction, we only have one main mission this time. I'd like to hear the details." Lu Yi humbly asked for guidance. In terms of experience in the Azura arena, Abdullah was definitely much more experienced than him. Assist the cultivators of this world in protecting the final soul realm. Lu Ye's eyes flashed when he heard this. What about the main battlefield in the starry skies? Even if the final soul realm is protected, if the main battlefield loses, how can any eggs remain intact when the nest is overturned? Abdullah said, "Brother Lu, you have to understand that there is no such thing as a sure death situation in the Azura arena. No matter how dangerous the situation is, there is always a chance of survival. Otherwise, the original purpose of the experience would be lost. What are we? We are Yu Yao, the main battlefield in the depths of the starry skies. If we rashly intervene, how can we have a good end? Although there are also disciples of gods in outer space, there is Tian Hong suppressing them. In fact, as long as we are careful, we won't encounter them directly." After pausing for a moment, Abdullah said earnestly, "Brother, let me teach you a good lesson. In this Azura arena, do as much as you can. Don't be too far-sighted, or you'll easily suffer losses." Lu Yi nodded. "Understood. In that case, this experiential learning mission was indeed not too dangerous. As long as he could assist Tian Hong in protecting the final soul realm, the experiential learning should be considered complete. He originally wanted to find a way to kill the disciples of gods in one blow, but if that was the case, it wouldn't be so troublesome." "Brother Lu?" Abdullah looked at him eagerly. It was obvious that he had sensed Lu Shan's intentions. "Let's go," Lu Yi said. "That's the way it should be." Abdullah laughed and got up. The two left Jiaxing Lu together and flew straight into outer space. Outside Jiaxing Lu, A Chi Duo looked at the two leaving figures, and a strange silver light flashed in his eyes. "Brother Lu, today you and I will join forces and kill those disciples of gods. The sooner we finish, the sooner we go back. I will treat you to a drink." Abdullah shouted as he flew. For him, disciples of gods were not difficult to kill. It was just a matter of killing them a few times. Now that he had Lu Yi, who was stronger than him, to join forces, he couldn't think of any chance of the enemy winning. As for the mission of protecting Lu Yi, it was something he didn't need to worry about. However, what the two did not expect was that as soon as they left the boundary, they suddenly saw a figure blocking their way. Abdullah's figure paused and he hurriedly stopped. Lu Yi also stopped, looking dignified. Although the figure blocking them did not reveal any aura, he still felt a little heavy. He had seen many big and small Rizhao, so he could tell at a glance that the other party was definitely Rizhao. Tian Hong? Or Rizhao's disciple? In this position, it was most likely Tian Hong. Sure enough, Abdullah saluted. "Greetings, Lord Tian Hong." Lu Yi also saluted. Tian Hong was a thin old man, standing there with his hands behind his back. He looked at Lu Yi and then at Abdullah. "Where are you going?" Abdullah immediately replied, "Lord, we are going to the battlefield to kill the enemy." Tian Hong immediately scolded. "Nonsense! Left Front General, I asked you to protect Saint Yin Luo. Is this how you protect him? If something happens to him on the battlefield, can you bear the responsibility?" Abdullah explained, "Lord, you may not know, but Saint Yin Luo and I have known each other for a long time. In fact, his strength." "Don't talk too much. Hurry up and return to the inner realm. It is not safe outside." Tian Hong waved his hand, too lazy to listen to Abdullah's nonsense. He looked at Lu Yi, his stern expression gradually softening. "You are the best medical cultivator in this realm. Only with you in charge of this realm can the soldiers be at ease to kill the enemy outside. So remember, your safety is not only related to you, but also the future of this realm." When he said this, Lu Yi suddenly felt a heavy weight on his shoulders. Tianhong looked at Abdullah again, and his tone suddenly became more serious. "Protect him well. If you dare to neglect your duty again, I will personally deal with you." After saying this, he turned and left, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Lu Yi and Abdullah looked at each other. After a while, Abdullah scratched his bald head. "What the hell is going on?" Tianhong actually appeared. This was something he did not expect at all. Moreover, it was such a coincidence that as soon as they left the outer realm, Tianhong accurately intercepted them. Of course, he could not ignore Rizhao's words. Rizhao obviously did not want them to go out to kill the enemy. If he forced them to leave, Tianhong would definitely not sit back and watch. Facing Rizhao, he was still a little afraid. But in his opinion, as long as he and Lu Yi worked together, the crisis of Final Realm could be easily solved. Of course, the premise was that Tianhong took action to restrain Rizhao's disciple. Let's go back first. Lu Yi thought for a moment, then turned and flew back to the inner realm. Returning to Stargazing Tower, Abdullah was extremely irritated, pacing back and forth. Lu Yi sat cross-legged, his thoughts gradually becoming clear. Originally, he also thought that with Abdullah's help, it would not be difficult to solve the problem of Final Realm, but now it seemed that he had underestimated the matter. Therefore, he still had to study a way to kill a heavenly god disciple. As long as he could figure out this method, not to mention the crisis of Final Realm, even the crisis of the entire galaxy could be easily solved. At that time, the Azure Seal he could obtain would undoubtedly be much larger than solving the crisis of Final Realm alone. Thinking of this, he took out the jade slips that Aki Duo had sent before and checked them one by one. These were all the various research on heavenly god disciples in this realm, studying how to quickly kill them. Several jade slips were quickly read. It had to be said that in the direction of heavenly god disciples, the cultivators of this realm had made many different attempts, but without exception they all failed. It seemed that the only way to kill a heavenly god disciple was to kill them a certain number of times. He looked up at the irritated Abdullah. "Brother Luo, sit down first. I have something to ask you." Hearing this, Abdullah came over and sat down. "You've killed a lot of heavenly god disciples. Did you find anything?" Lu Yi asked. Before the two met, Abdullah was the left front general of the battlefield. The number of heavenly god disciples who died at his hands should not be small. Abdullah thought for a moment and said, "It's very difficult to kill, but you can kill them a few times. And depending on the cultivation base, the number of times a heavenly god disciple can be resurrected is different. The lower the cultivation base, the fewer times they can be resurrected." Lu Yi already knew about this information. He had seen it in those jade slips. Also, you have to kill a heavenly god disciple after they are completely resurrected and full of vitality to reduce the number of times they can be resurrected, Abdullah added. If you kill them before they are full of vitality, it's useless no matter how many times you kill them. There was a process to the resurrection of a heavenly god disciple. First, the broken body quickly became complete, and then the vitality suddenly burst out. If you only kill a heavenly god disciple when the body is complete, it will not reduce the number of times they can be resurrected at all. Lu Yi fell into deep thought. Generally speaking, the recovery of a cultivator's injuries consumed the power of qi and blood and their own vitality. How could a heavenly god disciple have so much vitality to consume? This matter was very strange. If you want to explore it, you have to try it yourself. "Brother Luo, help me catch a few heavenly god disciples," Lu Yi said. "Tianhong won't let us go out." "Don't worry." Lu Yi gave him a comforting look. "Tianhong just won't let me go out. You should be able to go by yourself. Catching a few heavenly god disciples will be a piece of cake for you. Chapter 1923. In the end, Abdullah could not resist Lu Ye's persuasion and left alone, preparing to capture a few disciples of the enlightened master for him to study. While waiting, Lu Yi received a message from Sun Ninyue that another group of injured cultivators had retreated from the alien battlefield. Many of them were injured by the disciples of the enlightened master and needed his help. Lu Yi immediately rushed to Rinyuan Valley. Just like before, he activated the power of the talent tree and easily solved the problem. Many cultivators were grateful to him. When he returned to Jiaxing Lu, Abdullah had already returned. He gritted his teeth and looked at Lu Yi. "I will never believe your nonsense again." "What happened?" Lu Yi was stunned. "Tianhong scolded me severely. The battle merits I worked so hard to earn were reduced by 50%. Lu Yi looked sympathetic. "Didn't you tell him that I asked you to go out?" "I told him, but it was useless." Abdullah was infuriated. He had never been treated like this in a training exercise before. In the past, he had always been the cornerstone of the team. Even if there was sunshine in the training grounds, he would always be the one that sunshine could rely on. But this time he met Lu Yi. Compared to Lu Ye's importance, he was like a pawn that could be abandoned at will. Lu Yi was the most precious one. Then again, before Tianhong asked him to come back to protect Lu Yi, Tianhong was really good to him. Every time he returned from a battle, Tianhong would reward him greatly, saying that there would be people in the netherworld realm in the future. But compared to before, the treatment now was like heaven and earth. "What about the disciples of the enlightened master?" Lu Yi asked. Abdullah said angrily. Tianhong said he would send someone to send them over. "That's good." Lu Yi nodded. After a while, there were indeed cultivators who sent back a few captured disciples of the enlightened master. Lu Yi began to study them without stopping. In the next few days, he first reproduced the direction that the cultivators of the netherworld realm had studied one by one, such as cutting the disciples of the enlightened master into pieces and burning them with fire. It was not that he did not believe in the cultivators of the netherworld realm, but some things were not comprehensive enough unless he tried it himself. From time to time, he would be called over by Sun Ninyue to help treat her injuries. In the past, what the cultivators feared the most was the corrosion of the magic power of a heavenly deity disciple. But now, with Lu Yi overseeing the rear, the cultivators no longer had any misgivings. On the battlefield, they were much more ferocious in killing their enemies. For a time, the morale of the netherworld cultivators soared. On the other hand, Lu Ye's research had not made any progress. He had changed several batches of heavenly god disciples, ranging from Xing Su to Yu Yao, but he had not made any substantial discoveries. On this day, Lu Yi was helping people heal in the Rinyuan Valley, and Abdo was guarding beside him out of boredom. A figure suddenly walked over. "Senior brother." Lu Yi looked up and nodded slightly. "Junior sister, duo. Thank you for your hard work, senior brother." Akido smiled. "It's my duty." He had been here for several days, but other than healing people, he did not have much contact with outsiders. Only Akijo would come to talk to him from time to time. It could be seen that this junior sister seemed to worship him. But this time, Lu Yi found that Akido's expression was a little unnatural, as if she was a little nervous. "Junior sister, what's the matter?" Lu Yi asked while urging the power of the talent tree to heal people. "No." Akido shook her head. Lu Yi glanced at her doubtfully. But then again, he did not know for the time being whether Akido was a shadow or a cultivator who participated in the experience. Based on his judgment, Akido was not old, but now she had the cultivation of Yu Yao, which showed that her talent was outstanding. Just as he was pondering, a commotion suddenly came from not far away. Surging magic power suddenly burst out, and screams suddenly sounded. Abdo, who had been guarding beside Lu Yi, was bored. His eyes lit up, and he rushed over with his fists raised. "I knew you would come." In the past few days, Abdo had also mentioned to Lu Yi that now that his reputation was gradually spreading, the heavenly god disciples would definitely notice his existence and target him. In the netherworld, there were also many heavenly god disciples who had infiltrated in secretly, such as the two that Lu Yi first encountered. So Lu Yi was likely to be attacked by the heavenly god disciples. Now the prophecy came true, and the heavenly god disciples really came. Although the Yunluo Holy Land's defense was tight, the heavenly god disciples were no different from ordinary cultivators when they did not act. Now the Yunluo Holy Land had gathered cultivators from all over the domain, so it was difficult to screen. Normally, the heavenly god disciples would not take such risks, but Lu Ye's special ability was enough to make them risk their lives. Abdo rushed out excitedly, without the slightest awareness of being a guard. "Senior brother, come with me." Just as Lu Yi was looking in that direction, an anxious voice sounded by his ear. Immediately after, a warm and soft hand grabbed him. Turning his head, he found that it was a kiddo who was nervously dragging him. "No need." Lu Yi smiled gently, but as soon as his voice fell, his eyes narrowed, because at this moment, a powerful aura that belonged to Rizhao suddenly spread out. Lu Ye's eyes were instantly fixed on a middle-aged cultivator who was rushing over there. At this moment, the middle-aged cultivator was surrounded by many heavenly god disciples, and the scene was chaotic. When Lu Yi looked at him, the other party happened to look at Lu Yi. When their eyes met, Lu Ye's heart skipped a beat. Abdo was rushing toward the middle-aged cultivator, and the excitement and joy on his face suddenly turned stiff when he realized that the other party was Rizhao. "Found him." The middle-aged cultivator's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness, and he fiercely slapped at Abdo. The powerful barbarian from the ancient barbarian world suddenly flew away like a kite with a broken string. Lu Yi didn't even look back as he followed Aikido and flew forward. "This way." Aikido still grabbed his hand and led him to fly in a direction. However, after only 3 breaths, Lu Yi suddenly stopped. "It's too late, you have to go." Rizhao had his eyes on him. How could he let him escape? Fortunately, he was not completely powerless. He still had 2 red talismans on him. One was for escaping, and the other was a talisman of killing. The talisman of killing was given to him by Su Yuqing for self-defense when he decided to come to the Azura arena. When he felt that something was wrong, he had secretly activated the power of the red talisman. Tianhong was just outside the realm, so he didn't need to do too much. He just needed to hold on for a little while, and Tianhong would come back. At this moment, Lu Yi deeply felt the danger of the Shiraba experience. It didn't mean that one could sit back and relax just because they were strong enough. Since ancient times, so many evildoers had gathered in the Shiraba. There was always a higher mountain than the one before, unless one's strength could stand at the top of the long river of history. Moreover, Yu Yao was not the leader of this experience. At this moment, a figure flashed in front of him. It was a kiddo who had been holding his hand and escaping, suddenly blocked his way. Lu Yi was startled and immediately raised his hand to grab her shoulder, wanting to throw her away. But before he could do anything, a kiddo shouted, "Open!" As soon as she finished speaking, a jade hairpin in her hair suddenly broke, and dots of fluorescent light quickly expanded in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a barrier enveloping her and Lu Yi. The middle-aged cultivator had already closed in, and the magic power around him surged like a black fog, showing his identity as a divine disciple. He looked cold and fierce, and a mysterious power surged from his palm. There was a loud bang. Lu Yi almost lost his footing, but what surprised him was that Aikido's protective barrier didn't break. Although a crack appeared on the barrier after this attack, it still managed to hold on. That jade hairpin treasure was definitely of high quality. Otherwise, it would not have been able to block Rizhao's attack. It should be known that even Yu Yao, who was as strong as Abdullah, was sent flying by Rizhao's palm. At this moment, Aikido's petite figure stood in front of Lu Yi. Without the restriction of the jade hairpin, her black hair fluttered, and her magic power surged around her. "You overestimate yourself." Rizhao's divine disciple was furious that his attack did not succeed. His magic power surged even more fiercely, and he slammed his palm again. Crack! The barrier broke even more, but in the end it still held. Senior brother, hurry up and run later. I'll stop him. Aikido clenched her teeth, struggling to hold on. Lu Yi did not have the habit of letting others protect him. Moreover, if the barrier broke, he and Aikido would not be able to leave. Magic power surged, and the power of the red talisman could be released at any time. Lu Yi only needed to wait for the opponent's next attack to give him a surprise. The third attack came quickly. With a crash, the barrier broke and Aikido spat out blood. Her figure flew out, and her whole body went limp. Lu Yi raised his hand and pressed on the hilt of the Pan Mountain saber. Just as he was about to fully activate the power of the red talisman, he suddenly heard an angry shout. "You're courting death!" It was the voice of the heavenly rainbow. As the voice sounded, the heavenly rainbow fell from the sky like a ray of light. It grabbed the Rizhao's divine disciple's neck, jumped into the air, and directly took him out of the boundary. The next moment, the aftermath of a violent confrontation came from the sky. It was obvious that the two Rizhaos were fighting. Lu Yi turned his head and looked into the distance. His body swayed, and in a few steps he came to Aikido's side. At this moment, the girl had fallen into a coma. Blood flowed out of her 7 orifices, and her vitality was extremely weak. Her body was surrounded by the magic power of a divine disciple. Her situation was obviously not good. Lu Yi quickly raised his hand and grabbed her wrist. He activated the power of the talent tree. He carefully controlled the power of the talent tree to help her dissolve the corrosion of the divine disciple's magic power. Then he took out a large healing pill and stuffed it into her mouth. He gently patted her to help her swallow it. Then he carried her by the waist and spread out his divine sense to search for Sun Ninyue. In terms of medical attainments, Sun Ninyue was undoubtedly the strongest in this world. Only by finding her could he save Aikido. After a breath, Lu Yi rushed in a direction and quickly came to the side of Sun Ninyue, who was covered in dust. She was not affected too much. The main reason was that the female sword cultivator who had been following her had done her job and blocked the impact of the aftermath for her. "Senior sister, save her," Lu Yi said anxiously. Sun Ninyue shook her head and saw Aikido in Lu Ye's arms. She quickly came back to her senses. End of chapter. Chapter 1924. The chaos caused by Rizhao's disciple quickly subsided. There were many casualties in Renyuan Valley, and the entire Yunluo Holy Land began to investigate. Lu Yi was sent back to Jiaxinglu, and Sun Ninyue arranged more guards to protect him in secret. Obviously, the incident just now had shocked her. She also knew that once Lu Ye's name spread, it would attract the attention of God's disciples. In fact, she had already prepared for it, but she never thought that it would be Rizhao's disciple himself. This time, if it wasn't for Achidwa suddenly taking out a powerful defensive treasure, her junior brother really didn't know if he would be able to survive. There was no need for Lu Yi to deal with the aftermath outside. In Jiaxinglu, he frowned and pondered. Abdullah sat quietly on the side, recuperating. As expected of a barbarian from the ancient barbarian world, his physique was strong. After taking a hit from Rizhao, other than being a little embarrassed, he was actually fine. Time passed, and Abdullah finally recovered. He took a deep breath and saw Lu Yi standing not far away. He frowned and said, "What are you thinking about?" Lu Yi said, "Something is wrong." "What do you mean?" Abdullah asked. "Think about it. The battlefield here in this world is under the command of Rizhao. According to the information we have now, Tianhong's strength is stronger than the opponent. He has killed the opponent several times, but because the opponent is a disciple of God, there is no way to really kill him. But since Tianhong has been watching the opponent, how did he infiltrate the final world without anyone noticing? It was normal for an ordinary God's disciple to infiltrate, but it couldn't be helped. If Rizhao infiltrated and no one knew, how weak could the defense line of the final world be? Abdullah rolled his eyes. Don't tell me you think Tianhong. Lu Yi shook his head. No, if there's a problem with Tianhong, then we will definitely die. Previously, it was Tianhong who came to save the situation at the critical moment, so Tianhong shouldn't have a problem. I'm just wondering why he couldn't guard against Rizhao's infiltration. It is indeed a little strange. Abdullah roughly understood Lu Ye's meaning. Then do you understand? No. Lu Yi originally suspected that there was a spy in the final world. But even if there was a spy, as long as Tianhong was careful enough, he wouldn't let him succeed, because he only needed to keep an eye on Rizhao's disciple. Unless there was more than one Rizhao, heavenly god's disciple, in the final soul world. But if there was more than one, Tianhong would not have rushed back so quickly. The situation became complicated and confusing. What made Lu Yi feel even more helpless was that he had not made any progress in his research on the disciple of gods these days. He had personally repeated all the attempts he had made in the final soul world, but so far he still could not figure out the mystery of the disciple of God's resurrection. There didn't seem to be anything special in the body of an enlightened disciple. From the looks of it, he could only use that move. With that thought in mind, Lu Yi said, "Bring an enlightened disciple over." Abro got up and left. Not long after, he came back with a celestial god's disciple in his hand. It was as if he was carrying a noodle. This disciple of celestial God was undoubtedly knocked out by him. The disciples of the enlightened gods were all very manic. They would often use secret techniques similar to the blood explosion technique, because they were not afraid of death, and their Fa'li was extremely strange. Anyone who was affected by their self-explosion would not have a good time. He placed the disciple in front of Lu Yi. Lu Yi raised a finger and tapped the disciple's forehead. Abro stood to the side and watched. Soon he noticed that there was a surge of divine sense coming from Lu Ye's side. He immediately understood Lu Ye's plan and said in surprise, "You also know the soul-searching technique?" He quickly reminded, "Be careful, Tianhong has done this before, but those disciples of the enlightened gods still blew themselves up. Their divine, seems to have some kind of restriction placed on it. Once it is searched, it will be triggered." Lu Yi nodded. Of course, he had not cultivated the soul-searching technique, but he had a more convenient method. It was just that he did not want to do it unless it was a last resort, because every time he did it, it would make him feel very uncomfortable. His divine sense surged and easily broke through the divine protection of the celestial god's disciple. The divine mark spiritual connection quickly took shape. In the next instant, intermittent scenes rapidly flashed through Lu Ye's mind. These scenes were undoubtedly the experiences of the disciple of gods in front of him. Lu Yi was extremely surprised, because he felt that the celestial god in front of him was most likely the shadow. In that case, he was actually not sure if the divine mark spiritual connection could work. After all, the shadow was just an illusion condensed by the mysterious power of the Azura field. It did not really exist at this stage. Even so, Lu Yi still spied on the shadow's past. In this way, the shadow condensed by the Azura field was far more mysterious than he had imagined. Except for the fact that they would turn into fluorescent light and disappear after killing them, they were no different from living people. Immersing himself in his mind, he carefully examined. Gradually, Lu Yi learned of the other party's origin. He originally thought that the other party was an invader from another galaxy, but it was not until this moment that he realized that the other party was a cultivator from this galaxy, but not from the final realm, but from another realm. He did not know why he had become a disciple of gods. Lu Yi felt that he seemed to have touched on some secret. After a while, he saw some intermittent scenes, which were the scenes of the cultivator fighting with the disciple of gods. The time of this scene was undoubtedly very recent, because this galaxy had been invaded in recent years. Lu Ye's heart was excited. If he could spy on how this cultivator became a disciple of gods, then he would certainly know the secret. Another scene flashed, which was the scene of the star constellation being defeated by the enemy. His whole body was smashed, his breath was weak, and he was about to die. At this moment, he was being carried by a disciple of God's, flying toward a brown star. The scene changed again, and Lu Yi saw a cauldron with a bloody light. The cauldron was huge, and its surface was covered with bloody lines, like thick blood vessels, which made people tremble. A strong smell of blood rushed to his face, and a rhythmic thumping sound came from the cauldron, like a heartbeat. On both sides of the cauldron, there was a strange pattern of bloody flowers. What made Lu Yi amazed was that this bloody cauldron contained an extremely surging and condensed vitality, which was so huge that he had never felt before. At this moment, his view was above the bloody cauldron. Obviously, the star constellation was brought here by the disciple of God's, and then his view quickly fell. He should have been thrown down. Lu Yi held his breath, and he knew that the secret of the birth of the disciple of God's was in front of him. However, at this moment, the bloody light in the huge bloody cauldron suddenly surged, and then a crack appeared. The crack quickly opened and turned into a single eye. Being stared at by the single eye, Lu Yi's mind swayed. A boom came out, and Lu Yi suddenly came back to his senses. He heard Abdu'l shout, "Lu Yi!" In front of him, there was no trace of the disciple of God's, only countless pieces of broken bodies. Coupled with the movement and the accompanying impact, Lu Yi immediately understood that the star constellation had exploded. Abdu'l had just reminded him that there was a restriction in the spirit sea of the disciple of God's, which would be triggered once the soul search was performed. Although he did not perform the soul search technique, the effect of one spiritual point was undoubtedly more comprehensive than the soul search technique. He should have accidentally touched the restriction in the disciple of God's spirit sea, which caused the disciple of God's to explode. That sound and the accompanying impact were caused by the self-detonation. Lu Yi was not injured, and the explosion of a star constellation could not do anything to him. However, what made Lu Yi puzzled was that his qi and blood were boiling involuntarily. Somewhere in the distance, it seemed that something was pulling his qi and blood, trying to devour his qi and blood. He could not help but think of the huge blood-colored furnace he had seen just now. The secret of the birth of the disciple of God's was in it, and the thing that was pulling his qi and blood was undoubtedly that strange thing. What was that? What was the blood-colored eye that suddenly appeared at the last moment? He gently took a breath, suppressed the abnormality of his qi and blood, and looked up at the disciple of God's who had exploded. Unsurprisingly, he was going to be resurrected. Sure enough, the pieces of the body that had exploded seemed to be pulled by some force at the moment, gathering in one position and quickly piecing together into the shape of the disciple of God's. Even the scattered blood was like a swallow returning to its nest. Lu Yi suddenly raised his eyebrows, fixed his eyes on the disciple of God's head, and said in surprise, "Brother Abdu'l, look!" Abdu'l followed his gaze and looked. What? This a blood flower? Lu Yi said again. The blood flower was exactly the same as the one he had seen on the blood-colored furnace. Abdu'l looked at it attentively, and then turned to look at Lu Yi with a dignified expression. "You can't see it?" Lu Yi immediately noticed. "I don't see anything," Abdu'l said. While the two were talking, something even more bizarre happened. Suddenly, a blood-colored light appeared on the blood flower out of thin air, and there was a wonderful vitality from the blood-colored light into the blood flower. Lu Yi looked at Abdu'l again and saw that he was still suspicious. Obviously, he didn't see anything, and he didn't even feel anything unusual. Lu Yi stopped talking and carefully observed. Not long after, the blood-colored light and the blood flower that appeared out of thin air slowly dissipated. The disciple of God's, who should have been dead, suddenly opened his eyes, and his body was full of vitality. He had just been resurrected, so he was still a little confused and didn't understand the current situation. However, after seeing Lu Yi, he immediately moved and rushed over. A big hand directly grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. Abdullah asked, "What do we do now?" "Wait a minute," Lu Yi replied, with a thoughtful look on his face. This time he used a little spiritual sense and got a lot of useful information. Unfortunately, it was not comprehensive enough. Even so, it made great progress in his study of the disciple of God's. End of chapter. Chapter 1925. First of all, he could confirm that the enlightened disciple was not born naturally, but could be transformed. The experience of the man in front of him was the best evidence. He was a cultivator from another region of the galaxy and had fought with the enlightened disciple. Unfortunately, he was not strong enough and was beaten half to death. The birth of the disciple of the enlightened God must be directly related to the huge blood-red furnace. Lu Yi could not see all the memories of the other party, but he could roughly guess that after the half-dead person was thrown into the blood-red furnace, he was reborn and transformed into the disciple of the enlightened God. Moreover, when the enlightened disciple was revived, there was a blood flower on top of his head, and a blood-colored light with vitality poured in. But Abdullah could not see it. Lu Yi could not see it before, but today he saw it. He faintly guessed that it was either related to the blood-colored furnace he saw from the enlightened disciple's memories, or it was related to the enlightened disciple. After this divine pattern was used, he explored the enlightened disciple's memories, so he was able to see the mystery. But in any case, this was not a bad thing. At least, there was substantial progress in the study of the resurrection of the enlightened disciple. He had roughly understood the mystery of the resurrection of the enlightened disciple. He was a little puzzled before. How could there be so much vitality in the enlightened disciple's body? Now it seemed that the enlightened disciple's body did not have so much vitality. Their resurrection vitality came from the blood-colored light and the blood flower, and the source must be the huge blood-colored furnace. At this point, Lu Ye's eyes lit up. If he could destroy the blood-colored furnace, wouldn't he be able to solve the problem from the source? Once the blood-colored furnace was lost, the enlightened disciple would no longer have the ability to resurrect because they had no vitality to use. The brown star, the blood-colored furnace, was hidden somewhere in the brown star. Lu Yi quickly took out a jade slip and imprinted a lot of information on the jade slip, including the appearance of the blood-colored furnace and the brown star. Then he looked at Abdullah and handed him the jade slip. "Go and give this to Tianhong and ask him to find a way to pass it to the Galactic Coalition Army." Abdullah's face suddenly became bitter. "I only have 50% of my battle merits left." Last time Lu Yi asked him to catch a few enlightened disciples. He was severely taught a lesson by Tianhong, and his battle merits were reduced by 50%. This time, not only would he lose his battle merits, but Tianhong would also punish him for dereliction of duty. "Don't worry, this is a serious matter. Tianhong will not punish you. Go and come back quickly, no problem. Don't lie to me." Abdo was suspicious, but Lu Ye's tone was solemn. He also sensed the importance of this information. He did not feel at ease leaving it to others, so he had to make the trip himself. As he spoke, he picked up the jade slip and threw away the divine disciple who had been knocked unconscious by him. After a while, Abdullah left. Lu Yi looked at the disciple of the God of Heaven in front of him. He raised his hand and waved it gently. The disciple of the God of Heaven was immediately killed on the spot. The enlightened Lu Yi, the enlightened disciples, the enlightened Lu's the enlightened Lu destroyed enlightened disciples be destroyed if it was possible. The enlightened disciple would not be able to recover if there was no new life force injected into his body. Lu Yi started to do something. But what surprised him was that although he could see the enlightened disciples, Lu Yi could not touch it no matter what he did. The enlightened disciple's recovery could not be stopped at all. After a while, the enlightened disciple's life force rose again. But this time, he was killed by Lu Yi as soon as he opened his eyes. The next few attempts were to no avail. Seeing that the enlightened disciple was about to recover, Lu Yi suddenly thought that since the life force was injected through space, if he could isolate the enlightened disciple. Would he be able to prevent his recovery? With this in mind, Lu Yi immediately began to set up a formation to isolate the enlightened disciple. The formation flag was set up, and soon a formation was set up. The next moment, Lu Yi looked excited because in the formation, the enlightened disciple, who should have recovered quickly, seemed to be hindered by something, and his injuries were no longer recovering. He looked carefully. The enlightened disciple's head was still blooming, but there was no bloody light. After a while, the enlightened disciple's head gradually shrank and slowly disappeared. Almost at the same time, the enlightened disciple's body turned into a little fluorescent light and dissipated. It worked. Lu Yi was overjoyed. This isolation was really effective, and it was extremely significant. A figure flashed in front of him, and it was Abdullah, who came back looking excited. "What information did you send?" After Tianhong saw it, she was very happy and gave us a reward on the spot, giving us a lot of battle merits. The battle merits were naturally useless to the two of them, but in the settlement, after the end of the experience, the battle merits could be converted into Shurasil rewards. Bring another enlightened disciple over. Lu Yi did not answer him, but ordered. Abdullah did not stand still, turned around and left. Next, Lu Yi tried another enlightened disciple, setting up a formation to isolate him. After killing him, after a while, he turned into fluorescent light and disappeared. Abdullah's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What kind of logic is this? Lu Yi told him about his previous discovery, and Abdullah's eyes lit up and he praised, "I admire you people with brains. This information must be worth a lot of battle merits. I have to send it to Tianhong quickly." "Don't worry." Lu Yi waved his hand. "I have other directions to try." The most important thing was that Lu Yi still wanted to spy on the secret of the bloody furnace. One by one, the enlightened disciples were brought over by Abdullah, and Lu Yi frequently used a little bit of spiritual sense. Although the process was painful, in order to find out the secret of the bloody furnace, he could only endure it. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he did not make much progress. Every time he was about to use up his power, the bloody eye would suddenly appear, and then the enlightened disciple would explode. This made Lu Yi understand that his spying must have triggered the restriction in the enlightened disciple's spirit sea, and there was no way to avoid it. Unless he personally went to the location of the bloody furnace to investigate, relying on a little bit of spiritual sense could not make much progress. Isolating the enlightened disciples and then killing them was indeed the best way to deal with them. Lu Yi also tried to put the enlightened disciples into his little flower realm, and the effect was the same. Once the door of the little flower realm was closed, the degree of isolation was stronger than the formation. Abdullah had already passed this information to Tianhong, and as expected, he was rewarded again. Lu Yi was not too happy. To deal with the enlightened disciples, this method could be used, but what about Rizhao? Rizhao's battle was so loud. What method could be used to isolate their resurrection? Formation was definitely not possible. No, Rizhao would foolishly stay in the same place and let others set up a formation to cover them. When they noticed something was wrong, they would definitely escape. Even if the formation was successfully set up, the ordinary formation could not withstand the impact of the battle between Rizhao and Rizhao. If this problem was not solved, the war against the enlightened disciples would never end. "Senior brother," a crisp voice came out. Lu Yi turned his head and found that it was Aki Duo. "How are your injuries?" Lu Yi asked with concern. If Aki Duo had not desperately protected him before, he would have had to use the red talisman to delay until Tianhong's help. A red talisman was of great value, and it was naturally best not to use it. "It's no problem," Aki Duo replied with a smile, and suddenly her expression turned serious. "By the order of senior sister, from today onwards, I will be senior brother's personal guard." Obviously, Aki Duo's previous performance was recognized by Sun Yinue, and she was specially transferred over. Lu Yi, however, felt that Sun Yinue must have misunderstood, because when he handed Akiduo over, he told Sun Ninuet to tell Akiduo to come find him after she recovered. But it didn't matter. "Come with me." Lu Yi waved his hand and stepped to the side. Akiduo did not understand what was going on, and obediently followed. After a short while, Lu Yi and Akiduo sat opposite each other, and Akiduo asked curiously, "Senior brother, do you have any orders?" "Stretch out your hand," Lu Yi said. Akiduo stretched out her hand. Lu Yi raised his hand. "It will be a little uncomfortable. Try to bear with it." Akiduo nodded. "Okay." Lu Yi closed his eyes and concentrated. In an instant, invisible roots probed into Akiduo's body from the point of contact. Immediately, Lu Yi activated the power of the talent tree. Akiduo's face immediately tightened, because at this moment she clearly felt a burning force in her body, causing her some pain, but she did not make any sound, and her eyes gradually lit up. Lu Yi was checking his talent tree at this moment. A large amount of gray fog rose from the talent tree. This made him frown. It seemed that his previous discovery was not wrong. Akiduo was injured by Rizhao Shiga's disciple and was eroded by his spiritual power. Lu Yi used the talent tree to help her resolve it, but at that time he found something strange. There was no trace of spiritual power left in Akiduo's body, but the talent tree still had an abnormal reaction. At that time, Akiduo's injuries were relatively serious, and Lu Yi could not delay, so he could only let Sun Ninuet treat him first. It was not until today that she fully recovered that Lu Yi had the chance to check again. Just from the feedback of the talent tree, the situation in Akiduo's body was obviously not good. "Are you poisoned?" Lu Yi opened his eyes and looked at Akiduo. He saw Akiduo staring at him excitedly, as if she had discovered something new. Hearing his question, Akiduo came back to her senses and quickly shook her head. "No." She looked at him blankly, and it didn't seem like she was lying. Lu Yi was also very strange, because judging from the reaction of the talent tree, if Akiduo was really poisoned, it must be a kind of strong poison, and there was no reason for her to be safe. But if she was not poisoned, what was the reaction of the talent tree? The large amount of gray fog rising and the rapidly consumed fuel reserves all showed that there was a huge problem with Akiduo's body. End of chapter. Chapter 1926. After careful inspection, there were no signs of poisoning in Akiduo's body, but the tree's reaction wouldn't be wrong. What's going on? Lu Yi frowned and pondered. Slowly he remembered something. Back then, when he helped the Merfolk clan burn out the power of the curse in their bloodline, the reaction of the talent tree was just as intense. According to the information provided by the Merfolk clan, their ancestors had offended some almighty expert and were poisoned by the bloodline curse, causing them to only be able to survive under the 10,000 Elephant Sea. If it weren't for the chance encounter with Lu Yi, they would probably never see the light of day again. Akiduo wasn't poisoned, her magic power was very pure, and her body was very sturdy. Her current situation was very similar to the Merfolk clan back then. "Is there anyone else in your family?" Lu Yi asked. Akiduo shook her head. "No, just me." This was also a pitiful person. Lu Yi thought for a moment and asked, "Then, did anything happen in your family that you care about? Or do you have any strange similarities?" If there was really something wrong with Akiduo's bloodline, it couldn't be just her alone. Similar problems would appear in the entire family, just like the Merfolk clan back then, but the manifestations were probably different. Lu Yi could roughly confirm it through the tree's reaction, but if he could get more accurate information, it would undoubtedly be confirmed. Akiduo looked at Lu Yi in surprise. "Senior brother, why do you ask?" "There really was. Answer me first." Akiduo's expression suddenly became a little gloomy. She sighed and said, "Our clansmen don't live long. No matter how high their cultivation is, their lifespan won't increase at all." Lu Yi was stunned. "Then how old are you this year?" Akiduo reported a number. Lu Yi couldn't help but be amazed. Akijuo wasn't much older than him, but she was already at Yu Yao's cultivation. It was clear that her talent was very strong. Abdullah was originally standing behind Lu Yi, but after hearing Akijuo's words, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. He was the most outstanding barbarian cultivator in the current generation. But compared to Akijuo, it was like comparing heaven and earth. At Akijuo's age, he had just ascended to the constellation realm not long ago. There is actually such a monster in this world. Even if Akido wasn't a cultivator of this era and was only a shadow left behind by a certain era, it was still shocking enough. This meant that at a certain point in time, Akido really did exist. It was confirmed that there was indeed a bloodline curse in Akido's body, but unlike the merfolk, her curse affected her lifespan, so she could only have the lifespan of a mortal. "Senior brother, what's wrong with my body?" Akido asked. Lu Yi thought for a moment and said, "There is a strange curse in your bloodline. It is because of this curse that no matter how high your family's cultivation is, their lifespan will not be too long." "Huh." Akido looked surprised. "But why didn't I feel it?" Lu Yi said, "This kind of bloodline curse is extremely secretive. Perhaps one of your ancestors knows something about it." Both Akido and Lu Yi couldn't sense it. Lu Yi could only make an inference based on the reaction of the talent tree and the information provided by Akido. "Then what should we do?" Akido became nervous. "I'm helping you solve it. Don't worry." Lu Yi comforted her. While talking to Akido, the power of the talent tree had been urging. However, according to previous experience, this situation would probably last for at least half a day. Akido said gratefully, "Thank you, senior brother." For a moment, the two were speechless. Lu Yi couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Both the merfolk and Akido's ancestors had encountered this strange bloodline curse. What was the source of this? He had never heard of anyone in the current starry sky who could use such a strange ability. It could also be that he didn't know enough. The starry sky was vast, and he had never encountered too many things. However, the only undeniable thing was that this kind of bloodline curse was extremely sinister and sinister. Half a day later, the abnormal movement of the talent tree disappeared. Lu Yi stopped and said, "It's done." Akido opened her eyes and silently felt her body. She couldn't help but show a look of joy. It seems there's something different. Originally, the bloodline curse didn't cause her any special trouble, but at this moment, she clearly felt that her body was much more transparent, as if an invisible shackle had been unlocked. Because of the comparison between before and after, this feeling was very clear. Lu Yi smiled and said, "In the future, you don't have to worry about your lifespan. If you give birth to a child, there won't be any similar problems." He could probably be sure of one thing. Akido was just a shadow, but even so, he still helped her solve the bloodline problem. This was a repayment for her previous desperate protection. Hearing him say something about giving birth to a child, Akido's face turned slightly red, but she still sincerely thanked him. "Thank you, senior brother." Akido's problem was solved. The next thing to solve was the disciple of God. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. The information that Lu Yi had sent out played a big role on the battlefield. After killing the disciple of God, isolating the space where the corpse was could effectively prevent the disciple of God from reviving. Through this method, the cultivators of Serene End killed many enemies. For a time, the situation of Serene End had greatly improved. In the past, the cultivators were most annoyed by the disciple of God's constant revivals. Killing them once was not enough, twice was not enough. A disciple of God's Yao had to be killed more than 10 times before she could be completely killed. The cultivator's energy was also limited, so even if the difference in the number of cultivators on both sides was not big, Serene End was still at a disadvantage. If it weren't for Tianhong being strong enough, Serene End would have been captured. Now that there was an effective way to deal with the revival of the disciple of God, the efficiency of killing the enemy naturally increased. Tianhong had also tried to use this method to kill Rizhao, heavenly god's disciple. Unfortunately, Tianhong didn't understand formations, and Rizhao, heavenly god's disciple's revival speed was too fast. After being killed, he could be revived within a breath. After repeated attempts, it didn't work. Instead, it alerted the enemy. Tianhong ordered Lu Yi to find a way to kill Rizhao, heavenly god's disciple, as soon as possible. What could Lu Yi do? He was just a weak medical cultivator. Previously, Tianhong valued his ability to deal with the disciple of God's disciple and let him stay in the Yunluo sacred ground to help. She even sent Abdulo to protect his safety. Now, she wanted to put this heavy burden on him. It was unreasonable. It was a pity that the little flower world couldn't contain Rizhao, heavenly god's disciple. After all, the size of the little flower world was limited. Otherwise, he could cooperate with Tianhong and wait for Tianhong to kill Rizhao, heavenly god's disciple, and put him into the little flower world. In this way, they could probably prevent him from reviving. Moreover, the little flower world needed time to open. Rizhao, heavenly god's disciple's revival speed was too fast, so there was not enough time to open the little flower world. Lu Yi of Zhaixing, Lu looked at the disciple of enlightened God in front of him. Recently, dozens of disciples of enlightened God had died under his various attempts. These disciples of enlightened God had one thing in common, which was that they were not afraid of death. Even if it was just a constellation, they could still show no fear in such a situation. Have you thought about it? Abluo squeezed the disciple of God's disciple's neck, restricting his movements, and urged him. From the beginning, Lu Yi had a heavy expression on his face, as if he had to make an extremely important and difficult choice. Hearing Abluo's urging, Lu Yi finally made a decision and said, "Kill him." Abluo squeezed his hand, and the disciple of God's disciple's neck was immediately crushed by him. He died on the spot and fell to the ground like a noodle. Lu Yi took a step forward, squatted down, and raised his hand to press on the disciple of God's disciple's body. The next moment, countless imperceptible roots, centered on his palm, quickly extended into the disciple of God's disciple's body. In the blink of an eye, they had covered every corner of his body. When he looked up, Lu Yi could see a small blood flower appearing on the disciple of God's disciple's head. There was a faint, bloody light blooming from the blood flower. There was no doubt that there was a vitality in the air, turning into the disciple of God's disciple's capital to revive. It would not be long before this disciple of God's disciple came back from the dead. Lu Yi gritted his teeth and activated the power of the talent tree. He had tried to burn the disciple of God's disciple before, but the effect was not great. That method would only make the disciple of God die again and be resurrected again and again. So this time he used a method that he had never used before. The roots of the talent tree not only had the power to burn, but the countless tiny roots were really like the roots of a tree. They had a powerful devouring ability. When Lu Yi was cultivating, he used the talent tree to devour the water of the 1,000-elephant sea. But this time the target of the devouring was the disciple of God in front of him. This was something that Lu Yi had never done, even if he knew that he could do it. The previous owner of the talent tree often did this, but it seemed that because he was addicted to it, it affected his own temperament and even brought disaster to the former 9 states. Su Yuqing also warned him that the power of the Tao tree could burn everything in the world, except for one thing, which was the 7 emotions and 6 desires of living creatures. So Lu Yi always knew that this was not good for him. This time, if it was not a last resort, he would not have made this choice. The devouring power of the talent tree was activated, and a large amount of gray fog rose from the tree. Everything in the disciple of God's disciple's body was quickly drained. The originally plump body was shriveled up at a speed visible to the naked eye, which made Abro and Akijuo's scalp tingle. They did not know what means Lu Yi had used. Lu Yi, on the other hand, shuddered, and let out a muffled groan. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel an indescribable joy. It was as if some kind of evil in his body had been released, as if he had tasted the most delicious food in the world. This kind of joy extended from the physical to the soul, causing one to become obsessed and sink into oblivion. Lu Ye's heart was full of warning signs, and he suddenly bit the tip of his tongue. When the pain came, he could not help but take a few steps back, breaking away from contact with the disciple of God. Not far in front of him, Akijuo and Abro both looked at him in surprise. Lu Yi quickly gathered his thoughts and looked at the disciple of God, just in time to see him turn into little dots of light and dissipate. End of chapter. Chapter 1927. The enlightened disciple was completely dead, which undoubtedly meant that Lu Ye's attempt was successful, but he did not feel the slightest joy. Even at this moment, he was still reminiscing about that wonderful feeling in his mind. He even had the thought of trying it again surging in his mind. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed this thought. He really needed to try again, not because of selfishness, but because he was shocked by that feeling and did not pay attention to the situation of the enlightened disciple. So, although the result of this attempt was right, it did not make much sense. "Bring another enlightened disciple here," Lu Yi ordered. Abdullah looked at Lu Yi seriously and turned to leave. After these days of contact, he found that there were many things about Lu Yi that he could not see through. But the two of them were not very close, so naturally he did not ask more. Akido said nervously, "Senior brother, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Lu Yi shook his head, closed his eyes, and sensed his body. Fortunately, there was nothing wrong. It seemed that as long as what happened was controlled, there should not be any big problems. The previous owner of the talent tree was too addicted to it, so his temperament changed greatly. Not long after, Abdullah brought another enlightened disciple over, and this time Lu Yi did not hesitate and killed him personally. He raised his hand and pressed it on the body of the enlightened disciple, activating the power of the talent tree as before. In an instant, the feeling of joy once again disturbed his heart, making him uneasy. He could not help but have the idea of letting go of everything, to comprehend it and slowly savor it. Lu Yi forcibly suppressed this idea, and when he looked carefully, he immediately saw the small blood flower on the head of the enlightened disciple being swallowed by the talent tree, quickly becoming smaller and then disappearing. In just 2 breaths, the enlightened disciple's body shriveled, turned into fluorescent light, and dissipated. Sure enough, as he had guessed, there was definitely something in these enlightened disciples. That wonderful thing could not be detected, and even Rizhao could not perceive it. But in his vision, it could turn into a small blood flower, and then receive the vitality from the flesh furnace to revive the enlightened disciple. It was because of this conjecture that Lu Yi made such an attempt. Under the power of the talent tree, everything in the enlightened disciple's body had been swallowed and refined by the talent tree, and the rapid withering of the small blood flower was the best evidence. Without the guidance and positioning of the blood flower, there would naturally be no life force injected through the air. There was no need to make any more attempts. Lu Yi called out, "Let's go." "Where are we going?" Abdullah asked. "Go find Tianhong. I know how to kill that Rizhao, heavenly god's disciple," Lu Yi said. Abdullah's spirit was shaken, and he quickly followed. Akido had a worried look on his face. He opened his mouth to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything. A short while later, Lu Yi and his 2 bodyguards met Tianhong in the heavenly palace and reported their findings. Tianhong listened with great interest. If it were anyone else who said this, he would naturally not take it to heart, but Lu Yi was different. Recently, the information he had provided had been of great use, and now that Lu Yi had made new progress, he naturally paid attention. A moment later, Tianhong looked pensive. "So, you think that every enlightened god's disciple has a wonderful thing that is difficult to observe. If this wonderful thing is destroyed, it will break the enlightened god's disciple's ability to revive." "Understood," Lu Yi replied. Tianhong nodded. It coincides with the information that Senior Brother Qinshang sent back a few days ago. The Qinshang he mentioned was the realm lord of the final realm. He had led the other two Rizhao heavenly gods to the main battlefield to participate in the battle and had not returned. Lu Ye's eyes lit up. What did the realm lord say? There were many Rizhao heavenly gods on the main battlefield, so the information they could get would be more comprehensive. Tianhong said, according to the information you sent back, the realm lord and the others speculated that there is probably a kind of imprint in the enlightened god's disciple's body. It is an illusory existence, so even if they are dismembered, it is difficult to detect. As long as the imprint is not destroyed, the enlightened god's disciple has the ability to revive. According to your description, the specific manifestation of the imprint should be the blood flower you saw. Lu Yi thought about it and found that it was true, because the blood flower was also an illusory thing. Although he could see it, he couldn't touch it no matter how hard he tried. What do you want to do? Tianhong asked again. Lu Yi said, I have tried it on Xingxiu, heavenly god's disciple. Even if there is no isolation power, I can kill him quickly. So I need Senior Brother to fight with Rizhao, heavenly god's disciple, and kill him. This is no problem. Tianhong agreed. In the past few years, he had fought with Rizhao, heavenly god's disciple, many times and killed him several times. But every time Rizhao, heavenly god's disciple, died, he would immediately become lively again, causing Tianhong to be annoyed. 1 breath. That guy will revive after 1 breath, are you sure? I will do my best. Lu Yi cupped his fists. Tianhong looked at him deeply, pondered for a long time, and then nodded. Then let's try. Half a day later, in a fierce battlefield, spiritual power fluctuated, and divine sense flashed back and forth. 2 figures shuttled back and forth, and it was Tianhong and Rizhao, heavenly god's disciple, who were fiercely fighting. Not only were the 2 Rizhao heavenly gods fighting, but the cultivators of final soul world and many enlightened gods' disciples were also fighting, and the whole battlefield was chaotic. And just at the edge of the battlefield, 3 figures stood quietly. It was Lu Yi, Abdaluo, and Akijuo. Abdaluo whispered to Lu Yi, Can you do it? If you can't, don't take the risk. We have gained enough benefits this time. It is best not to interfere in a fight at the level of Rizhao. Akijuo also said worriedly, Yes, Senior Brother, it is better to be safe. Lu Yi didn't say anything, just stared at the place where Rizhao heavenly god was fighting. Tianhong was indeed very strong, and had been suppressing his opponent since the beginning of the battle. However, it was easy to determine the winner of the battle, but it was not so easy to determine life and death. Tianhong used to slowly grind his opponent to death, mainly because his opponent was not afraid of death, which gave him the opportunity. This time, Tianhong did not follow his usual practice. His fighting style was undoubtedly very aggressive, and he wanted to end the battle quickly. In this way, he would inevitably pay a price, but if he could really verify the idea proposed by Lu Yi before, then the price would not be in vain. Suddenly, a violent collision of divine sense occurred, and Rizhao heavenly god's disciples' eyes dimmed a lot. Obviously, he had suffered a great loss in this confrontation. Tianhong's expression became serious, and his spiritual power fluctuated, and his hand seals changed. In an instant, intersecting white light burst out from Rizhao, heavenly god's disciple's body, and the 2 intersecting white lights seemed to be solid, fixing him in place. The next moment, the white light exploded, and a huge hole suddenly appeared in Rizhao, heavenly god's disciple's chest. But even with such a serious injury, he still did not die. Tianhong did not hesitate to rush forward, reaching out his hand to grab his opponent's head, and the spiritual power in his palm surged, directly squeezing his opponent's head until it exploded. Rizhao heavenly god's life annihilation. Almost at this moment, imperial equipment appeared in Tianhong's hand. The imperial equipment flashed with light, and Lu Yi, who had been waiting for a long time, appeared out of thin air. 1 breath. Tianhong's expression was solemn, and his spiritual power surged, ready to defend himself at any time. Enough! As Lu Yi spoke, he had already reached out his hand and patted Rizhao, Heavenly God's disciple's chest. The power of the talent tree fiercely urged, and countless roots penetrated into the opponent's body. The next moment, Lu Ye's body trembled slightly. The feeling of devouring Rizhao, Heavenly God, was completely different from devouring Constellation. The former undoubtedly brought much more joy, and he almost bit off his tongue to prevent himself from sinking into it. After a breath, Tianhong's eyes lit up, because the opponent who should have been resurrected did not show any signs of resurrection. Not only that, even his body began to rapidly dry up. 2 breaths, 3 breaths, after a full 10 breaths, Lu Yi suddenly withdrew his hand, turned his head, and spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes overflowing with light. In front of him, Rizhao, Heavenly God's disciple, who had been a headache for Tianhong for several years, turned into specks of light and disappeared. "Good boy." Tianhong laughed heartily and slapped Lu Yi on the shoulder. "You've done a great service. It's Terminus Netherworld's fortune to have you." The method to quickly kill Rizhao, Heavenly God's disciple, was found by Lu Yi, and now even Rizhao, Heavenly God's disciple, could be killed in one go. Such a great contribution should be remembered for generations to come. Although Lu Ye's method seemed a little evil, as long as the result was good, it was enough. Abdul and Akijuo came together. The two of them did not have the ability to move quickly like Lu Yi, so naturally they came a little late. On the way, they saw Rizhao, Heavenly God's disciple, die, and were shocked and happy. "Bring our hero back to rest," Tianhong ordered the two of them. "Yes." The 2 bodyguards replied in unison. Lu Yi bowed to Tianhong and led the 2 bodyguards to Terminus World. When Lu Ye's figure entered Terminus World, Tianhong's expression turned cold, and he shouted, "Rizhao, Heavenly God's disciple, is dead. Boys, kill these monsters for me." Originally, there was Rizhao, Heavenly God's disciple, who could suppress Tianhong. But now that this guy was dead, no one could stop Tianhong's killing, with him personally taking action, and the morale of the cultivators of Terminus World rising. How could the remaining disciples be his opponent? In less than half a day, the disciples of Terminus World were killed, and the rest fled. The battle outside Terminus World was settled. At this time, in the secret room of Zhai Xinglu, Lu Yi was sitting cross-legged with an extremely strange expression, because he found that after devouring Rizhao, Heavenly God's disciple, he had gained a lot of benefits, which he did not feel when he devoured Xingxiu, Heavenly God's disciple. First of all, his cultivation had improved a little. This was normal, as early as in the 9 regions. Lu Yi noticed that he could cultivate by devouring the power of others. Rizhao, Heavenly God's power, was enormous. Even if he did not devour it all, it was enough to improve his cultivation a little. However, this kind of improvement did not mean much to Lu Yi. End of chapter. Chapter 1928. His cultivation had improved a little, and his divine sense had also grown a little. However, this was not important. What surprised Lu Yi was that the quality of his spiritual source seemed to have improved a little. Before entering this training scene, he had just refined a lot of treasures that could improve the quality of his spiritual source. Naturally, he knew the state of his spiritual source. After carefully sensing it, he found that his spiritual source had indeed changed a little. The change was not big, only equivalent to refining a piece of Green Moon's spirit follower. Even so, it was enough to surprise Lu Yi. He did not expect that his method of dealing with Heavenly God disciples would have such an unexpected harvest. Ever since his cultivation had reached the late Yuyao stage, he had been troubled by the problem of the quality of his spiritual source. According to his speculation, he had to polish his spiritual source to perfection before he could successfully condense the flower of qi. This was one of the reasons he came to the Azura field. Based on the current speed of obtaining Azura seals, it would take a long time to improve the quality of his spiritual source by exchanging resources from the Azura treasury. It would take at least a few decades, and this was under the premise that everything went smoothly. However, if he supplemented it with this method, the time needed would be greatly reduced. Lu Yi couldn't help but feel excited. He couldn't help but recall the intense joy he felt when he devoured the solar god's disciple. Even now, that wonderful feeling was still lingering in his mind. Thinking of this, Lu Ye's expression turned cold, and he was secretly shocked. He had only tried it a few times, and he was already addicted to it. Back then, Chao Nian was probably lost like this. He secretly rejoiced that he did not do this when his cultivation was not high. Otherwise, who knew what he would be like now? If his cultivation was not high enough, his mind would not be calm enough, and he would definitely not be able to resist such temptation. Now that he had reached the late Yuyao stage and had traveled extensively for so many years, his experience had increased greatly, and he was able to stay calm. However, there was one thing that puzzled him, because before devouring Heavenly God Disciple, he had tried it with 2 constellations, but there was no similar effect. It seemed that the cultivation of the constellations was too low. After all, he was already a Yuyao. The talent tree had accompanied him for many years. He thought that he understood it well enough, but now it seemed that he had taken it for granted. The entire final soul realm was in jubilation. The battle that had troubled their realm for several years had finally come to an end, ending with their realm's great victory. Just one day after the battle, Tianhong issued a mobilization order, gathering all the cultivators in the constellations of this world to participate in the main battlefield. The crisis of this world had been resolved, but the main battlefield was still bustling with activity. If they wanted complete peace, they had to get rid of all the disciples of God on the main battlefield. Lu Yi had shown his ability to kill Heavenly God's disciples in a short time, so he naturally treated him as his trump card. A day later, Lu Yi sat cross-legged on a star boat. Tianhong steered the star boat and took him to the main battlefield. Abdo didn't come with them this time. Under Tianhong's orders, he led the cultivators of Netherworld Realm to the battlefield. Rizhao's speed was extremely fast. After setting off from the final soul realm, it only took him 2 days to arrive at the main battlefield. Here, Lu Yi met many Sunshine elites from the galaxy. They had heard about Lu Ye's amazing techniques from Tianhong. Naturally, these Sunshine elites were full of praises for Lu Yi. Lu Yi didn't expect the situation of this experiential learning to slowly develop to this point. At first, he thought that as long as the problem of Netherworld Realm was solved, the experiential learning would be over. But now, it seemed that if he wanted to end this experiential learning, he had to completely defeat the disciples of God. In this battlefield with so many Rizhao, he, Yuyao, was still too weak. Fortunately, the Rizhao powerhouses knew that he was very important and Tianhong was protecting him. So as long as he was careful, there shouldn't be any problems. This was the basic rule of the Azura field experiential learning. No matter what kind of experiential learning it was, there would be danger, but no matter how dangerous it would not lead to certain death. Looking for a glimmer of hope in that crisis was what the cultivators who participated in the experiential learning needed to do. The situation on the main battlefield was actually in the advantage of the allied forces of this galaxy. Thanks to the information that Lu Yi had sent out before, the disciples of God had suffered heavy casualties recently, and the Rizhao powerhouses of this galaxy had found the brown star where the blood-colored furnace was hidden. Under the focus of the deployment, the disciples of God had been forced to change from an invasion to a defense. Now, the cultivators of the 2 sides were fighting fiercely around the sky where the brown star was located. The Rizhao powerhouses of this galaxy had repeatedly tried to break through the blockade of the disciples of God and enter the brown star to attack directly, but in the end, they had returned without success. It was because the disciples of God fought as if they didn't care about their lives. They could quickly resurrect after death. But the Rizhao powerhouses of this galaxy didn't have this ability, so even if they had a slight upper hand, they couldn't help but be restrained. After Tianhong led Lu Yi to this place, the Rizhao powerhouses gathered and had a simple discussion. After another half a day, the general attack on the brown star began. The battle instantly became extremely fierce, and the Rizhao powerhouses on the battlefield were particularly eye-catching. The spiritual power was fiercely fluctuating. The divine thoughts were surging, and all kinds of magic weapons and secret techniques were blooming. Tianhong took Lu Yi and quietly hid in a place to watch. He obviously used a magic weapon that could hide his body, so the existence of the two people was not noticeable at all. This kind of battle lasted for a few hours, and Tianhong suddenly stared in one direction and transmitted a message to Lu Yi, "Get ready!" Lu Yi's expression turned solemn. His purpose of coming here was to completely destroy Rizhao's disciple. Therefore, Tianhong would not let him take action unless it was a critical moment. His existence was the key to the victory of this battle. After a few breaths, Lu Yi suddenly felt Tianhong grab him, and then there was a burst of wind and lightning, and then suddenly stopped. "Quick!" When Tianhong's voice sounded in his ears, Lu Yi didn't stop at all and slapped forward. His vision hadn't even recovered, and he didn't know what was in front of him. But under this palm, he did hit a warm corpse. The power of the talent tree was immediately fiercely activated, and Lu Yi's vision slowly focused, forcibly suppressing the wonderful feeling in his heart. At a glance, he saw a disciple of God who had just been killed in front of him with his eyes wide open, as if he had died with a grievance. His vision moved up, and on the top of the disciple's head, a blood flower was rapidly withering. The disciple of God, who should have been resurrected immediately, showed no signs of resurrection at this moment. It wasn't until the disciple turned into little dots of light that Lu Yi withdrew his big hand. On the side, the local galaxy Rizhao who had killed the disciple of God was dazzled. Although he had heard of Lu Yi's strange ability from Tianhong, and this battle was made with Lu Yi as the core of the plan, after all, he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. It wasn't until this moment that he felt relieved. After one of Rizhao's disciples was killed, Tianhong and Rizhao looked at each other, and the latter nodded slightly and rushed to the nearby battle without stopping. Tianhong once again activated the power of the magic weapon, covering his and Lu Yi's figure, and moved to another place to calmly observe and look for a good opportunity. In comparison with Rizhao, the local galaxy Rizhao undoubtedly had the advantage. If not, it would be impossible to persist until today without being defeated. And now, this advantage was gradually expanding. In the following period of time, several of the disciples of Rizhao were killed by Lu Yi. At this moment, the local galaxy Rizhao's final victory was no longer in doubt. And after several Rizhao had completely fallen, the disciples of God finally found the problem. Unfortunately, it was too late. They were inferior in number, and now that several of them had died, they were even more stretched. Almost every disciple of Rizhao was besieged, and it was only a matter of time before they died. This battle lasted for 3 days before it was completely over. On the entire battlefield, all the disciples of God, regardless of their cultivation level, were killed. Bursts of cheers came from all over the battlefield, and every cultivator's face was filled with an inspiring smile. Finally, it's over. Tianhong let out a long breath, raised his hand and patted Lu Yi, who had been following him, on the shoulder. "You've worked hard." Lu Yi just nodded silently and didn't say anything. In this battle, more than 10 disciples of Rizhao died in his hands. Although he had the experience of killing Rizhao before, he had never killed so many at once and so easily. Only the experience of the Azura field could bring him such a unique experience, and it was impossible to achieve anywhere else. With Tianhong's protection, he was not in danger at all, and instead gained a lot of benefits. Not to mention the improvement of his cultivation level and spiritual sense, the quality of his spiritual source had obviously improved a lot. Although in the process of devouring, the feeling of joy could not be suppressed, Lu Yi felt that he would not be completely immersed in it because of this. This was undoubtedly a good thing for him. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would become the next Rizhao. "You go and rest," Tianhong ordered. Lu Yi nodded, turned around, and flew to the side of a battleship. Many Rizhao gathered in one place again, and basically all of them were injured. The battle was over, but the blood-colored furnace was still there, so what they had to do now was to completely get rid of the blood-colored furnace. After all, no one knew what this thing was, so naturally they couldn't leave it behind. The Rikishi all disappeared into the brown star. After a short while, there was a violent fluctuation of spiritual power. Looking down from the starry sky, a certain part of the star was turbulent. Obviously the Rizhao were attacking. After a while, the Rizhao returned from the star. Without stopping, they dispersed. On the battleship where Lu Yi was, Tianhong returned and greeted him warmly. Let's go home." Lu Yi raised his head and was about to respond, but suddenly his expression froze, and he stared fixedly at the top of his head. There was a blood flower thicker than all the blood flowers he had seen before, blooming proudly. Lu Yi suddenly felt his hair stand on end. As if sensing his gaze, Tianhong's eyes flashed, and the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a strange smile that Lu Yi had never seen before. What are you looking at?" Lu Yi turned around and was about to escape, but just as he moved, his body suddenly froze, and then everything around him began to shatter. End of chapter. Chapter 1929. His vision spun, and by the time Lu Yi came back to his senses, everything around him had changed. At this moment, he was in midair, the familiar aura of the world domain lingering around him. Lu Yi couldn't help but let out a breath, and when the cold wind blew, he felt his body turn cold. He was actually sweating all over just now. The situation had clearly been decided, and the heavenly god apostles had been exterminated, and the blood-red furnace hidden in the brown star had probably been destroyed. Who would have thought that Tianhong, who had always been looking after him, would have a bloody flower blooming on his head, and such a bright one at that? This undoubtedly meant that Tianhong had become a heavenly god apostle. Lu Yi didn't know what happened to Tianhong in the brown star, and he also didn't know what happened to the other Rizhao, but there was definitely something wrong with Tianhong. If the experiential learning hadn't ended at that time, Lu Yi would have used up a red talisman to escape. After identifying the direction slightly, he flew in the direction of his cave residence. Soon, he returned to his cave residence. The fright just now was too terrifying, so he had to calm his mind. Suddenly, there was a movement from the Azura token. Lu Yi checked and found that it was a message from Abdullah. "Damn it, I'm still halfway there. Why did it suddenly end? What happened on your side?" Only then did Lu Yi remember that Tianhong ordered Abdullah to lead the cultivators of Netherworld Realm to the battlefield. But the speed of the cultivator army was naturally slower than Tianhong's. Calculating the time, Abdullah really hadn't arrived yet. His eyes flashing, Lu Yi replied, "What do you mean, fellow Taoist?" The one who exchanged the Azura token with Abdullah wasn't Lu Yi, but the body cultivator who helped detoxify the poison in the bounty hall. Abdullah's second message quickly came. "Stop pretending. Who doesn't know who it is?" Lu Yi sniffled, thinking that he still had some things to ask this guy, so he replied, "The war is over. Our galaxy has won a great victory." "I knew it was you. That brat Gushan guessed right." It seemed that Abdullah wasn't sure that the body cultivator he met in the bounty hall was Lu Yi before he sent the message. The first message was just a test, and now it was confirmed. Lu Yi didn't care, since Abdullah would find out sooner or later, so what if he was tested? "Quick, take a look at your Shura seal." Abdullah suddenly transmitted another message, as if he had discovered something incredible. Lu Yi immediately looked into it. Although this experience was very strange, and there were not many opportunities for him to fight, he had played a big role in this experience. Not only did he heal and detoxify people in the Yunluo Holy Land, but he also found a way to kill the disciples of the God of Sunshine with one blow. It could be said that no one had a bigger contribution than him. Therefore, the number of Azura seals he obtained shouldn't be small. With that in mind, Lu Yi focused his gaze and frowned. Something wasn't right. The Azura seals he obtained from the bounty hall were not consumed, and he remembered the exact number very clearly. However, the increase in Azura seals was minuscule, and after a little calculation, he realized that the Azura seals he obtained this time were only a little over 50,000. What was going on? Lu Yi looked confused. Lu Yi sent a message over. How many Azura seals did you get? Abdullah quickly replied, 54,000. How about you? They're the same. Everyone's rewards were exactly the same. There was no difference. Something was not right. In the last experience, he had obtained more than 100,000 Azura seals, and this time he had spent even more time. Moreover, he had played an important role in it. Lu Yi originally estimated that he would have at least 200,000 to 300,000 Azura seals, or even more. But what was going on with 54,000? Abdullah had obviously noticed this problem, so he came to Lu Yi to confirm it. Come to the treasury. Let's talk face to face. Abdullah's message came again. It was not convenient to communicate like this. Lu Yi did not refuse, and immediately set off for the Azura treasury. When he appeared, he saw a burly figure appear beside him. It was Abdullah. Their eyes met, and Abdullah said, "Wait, there's someone else." Lu Yi's heart moved, and he vaguely guessed who it was. Sure enough, a moment later, Gu Sheng's figure appeared from the side. He turned around and saw Abdullah and said impatiently, "What's going on?" He was still recuperating when Abdullah called him over. He did not want to respond, but he knew that if he ignored him, Abdullah would definitely go to his cave residence directly, so he had no choice but to come over. "Look at who this is." Abdullah pointed with a grin. Only then did Gu Sheng notice Lu Yi standing to the side. The corner of his eyes twitched slightly, and he clearly had some bad memories. However, Gu Sheng was born in the Yellow Dragon realm, and his upbringing was undoubtedly excellent. He immediately cupped his fists and bowed. "Greetings, fellow Taoist." Lu Yi returned the greeting. The top 3 of the Lunar Jade ranking had gathered. Lu Yi was one thing, and although he was now at the top, not many people had actually seen him. However, Abdullah and Gu Sheng were different. The two of them standing here immediately attracted a lot of attention. "Let's find a place to talk." Abdullah stepped to the side. Lu Yi and Gu Sheng followed. After a short while, in a deserted place, Gu Sheng activated a magic treasure and set up an isolation array. The 3 of them sat cross-legged in a triangular position. Gu Sheng was the first to speak. He looked at Lu Yi and said, "How should I address you, fellow Taoist?" Lu Yi and Abdullah knew each other very well from their previous experience. After all, they had been together for a period of time. However, Gu Sheng did not know Lu Yi's name. Lu Yi immediately introduced himself. Gu Sheng nodded slightly. "Fellow Taoist Lu, I've learned a lot from you." Lu Yi said, "You were injured before, so it doesn't count. Once you've recovered, we can fight again." Lu Yi had beaten up Abdullah before, but that time with Gu Sheng did not count. Gu Sheng had been knocked out of the fighting arena by Lu Yi with a few strikes. Moreover, Gu Sheng was clearly a spell cultivator. "Lu, you wanted to know what kind of background this top-notch spell cultivator from the Yellow Dragon realm had. He could not find such a good opponent outside. If he could exchange blows with Gu Sheng, he could gain some experience in dealing with spell cultivators." The corner of Gu Sheng's eye twitched again. Besides, my injuries, cough, cough, cough. Who the hell would fight with you? If it were any other opponent, no matter how strong they were, he would not back down. At most, he would lose a round. No one would really die in the arena. However, Lu Yi had the weapon of the soldier tribe. The strange power was hard to get rid of. If he was killed, he would have to put up a bounty with the Shura seal. His Shura seal did not grow on trees. Abdullah grinned from the side. "You have times when you're scared? I thought you weren't afraid of anything." Gu Sheng pretended not to hear and asked, "Why are you looking for me?" Abdullah's expression turned serious. "There's something wrong. I want to ask you." "What?" Abdullah briefly explained the previous experience. Gu Sheng did not pay much attention at first, but the more he listened, the more surprised he became. After Abdullah finished, Gu Sheng's face was full of disbelief. "The two of you entered the same training scene?" and you did not get any clues or information about the training scene. It's strange, right? Abdullah had a confused expression. I've been in and out of hundreds of training scenes over the years, but nothing like this has ever happened. Gu Sheng said, I haven't either. That's not it. The key is that the two of us worked so hard to complete the training. Guess how many Shura seals we got in the end? Gu Sheng looked at him in annoyance. Guess if I'm guessing or not. 54,000. Abdullah angrily slapped his thigh. Only 54,000? Do you think I'm a beggar? Also, I calculated that 54,000 is just the basic reward. Brother Lu and I stayed in the training scene for about 27 days. In the Moon Jade Realm, every day one stayed in the training scene would give a basic reward of 2,000 Shura seals. 54,000 was exactly 27 days. Gu Sheng's eyes widened. So you two did not get any extra rewards? Not at all. Abdullah shook his head. That's impossible. Gu Sheng was a little incredulous. How could such a ridiculous thing happen? In the training, you can do anything and you won't just get a basic reward. That's what's strange. Although we didn't kill too many enemies in this training, the role we played is irreplaceable. Gu Sheng fell into deep thought, and after a long while he said, Then why did you call me here? Abdullah said, Gu Sheng, you have many friends, and there are many seniors here in the Yellow Dragon Realm. Help me ask around and see if there are any similar situations. The situation this time was too strange. If it was only this time, it didn't matter, but he was afraid it would happen again in the future. Probably not. Although Gu Sheng said so, he still took out the Shura token and sent out a message. Actually, there's something even stranger, Lu Yi suddenly said. Abdullah and Gu Sheng looked at him together. Lu Yi said, In the previous training, Tianhong and the others killed all the disciples of the Enlightened God, and then destroyed the root of the disciples of the Enlightened God. But after Tianhong returned, I found that he had become a disciple of the Enlightened God. I just glanced at him, and he noticed it. Just as he was about to attack me, the training suddenly ended. Hearing him say so, Gu Sheng didn't have a deep understanding of it, but Abdullah knew how powerful Tianhong was. For such a person to suddenly become a disciple of the Enlightened God and attack Lu Yi, that kind of horror, just thinking about it made him shudder. The beginning of this training was unclear, and the ending was also inexplicable. I keep having the feeling that the training wasn't really over. Abdullah said, There's no such thing as a death experience in the Shuraba. We've already eliminated the first disciple of God. Even if we've completed the mission, it's normal for it to end here. As for the heavenly rainbow, maybe that scene will continue to exist, and there will be other cultivators entering it in the future. This has happened before. The same experience scene was in different eras, and more than one group of cultivators entered it. Hearing him say so, Lu Yi felt that it was reasonable. End of chapter. Chapter 1930. While chatting, Gu Sheng constantly checked the Azura token. After a long time, he finally spoke. Your experience this time is indeed a bit strange. I've asked many people, but none of them have encountered anything similar. Then there's a problem with the Azura field? Abdullah's expression turned cold. Not necessarily. Gu Sheng shook his head. The Azura field is a starry sky treasure. Ever since the heavenly Azura race was exterminated, it has been operating like this. I've never heard of any problems with it before, so there's no reason for you to be so unlucky. What if we're just so unlucky? Abdullah looked like he wanted to argue with him. Lu Yi suddenly thought of the dice of fate. When he entered the final world to train, the dice of fate had thrown out the word unlucky. Could it be related to this? Moreover, he still could not understand why something that he had firmly tied to him would suddenly fall off on its own. The investigation was fruitless, and the outcome was sealed. Although Lu Yi and Abdullah found it very difficult to accept, this time's painstaking training only gave them a basic reward, so they could only accept their fate. They each returned to their own homes. After a training session, There was no way to enter another training scene for a short period of time. This period would probably take several days. Since Lu Yi had nothing to do, he cultivated on his own. He was not in a hurry to find Abdullah to inquire about the 3 flowers. There would be plenty of time in the future. Although they were barely familiar with each other, they did not have much friendship, so it was not good to rashly inquire about anything. He was prepared to find an opportunity in the future to bring up this matter with Abdul. He had a faint feeling that Abdul's purpose in coming to the Azura field was the same as his. They were both trying to improve the quality of their spiritual sources. They wanted to polish their spiritual sources to perfection and then condense their own flower of qi. He had originally planned to cultivate diligently, but the results were not satisfactory. Yu Yaorao came over and chatted with him for a while. This girl seemed to have something to say, but she did not speak in detail, so Lu Yi did not ask. After Yu Yaorao left, Abdullah and Gu Xing asked about the location of Lu Ye's cave and came to visit. Lu Yi had originally intended to befriend Abdullah, so he naturally would not refuse. He thought they had something important to discuss, but who knew that they had only come to drink with him, leaving Lu Yi somewhat speechless. The banquet lasted for several days. The 3 of them sat together and chatted, allowing Lu Yi to gain a lot of knowledge. After all, whether it was Abdaluo or Gu Shang, they both came from extraordinary domains. Moreover, the 2 of them had spent much more time in the Moon Jade realm than he had, so their knowledge and experience was naturally far greater than his. Several days later, Abdo and Gu Sheng left drunk. Lu Yi rested for a while before leaving the cave and soaring into the sky. He had to quickly earn more Azura seals to exchange for treasures that could increase the quality of his sources. Naturally, he didn't want to waste any time. His body rose up, and at a certain moment, he suddenly broke through an invisible membrane. Immediately, his surroundings turned dark. He calmed himself down and waited quietly. Waiting, after an incense stick's worth of time. Lu Yi suddenly felt like cursing. Here it comes again. It was the same situation as last time. Ever since he came to the Shiraba, including this time, he had only entered 3 training scenes. The first time was normal. After a little darkness, he received a lot of information about the training scenes and then entered the training scenes. The second time was obviously not right. The third situation was exactly the same as the second. His heart was extremely vexed. Just what kind of situation was this? Others had never encountered something like this before, yet he had encountered it twice in a row. Could it be that his flying posture was wrong when he entered the training scenes? With the previous experience, Lu Yi knew that this darkness would not last for too long. It should dissipate soon, and at that time he would appear in the training scenes. So, although he was vexed, he still suppressed his temper and waited. However, to his surprise, this wait seemed to be somewhat endless. After more than half a day, the darkness that enveloped him showed no signs of dissipating, let alone entering the training scenes. He frowned and began to try to walk in this darkness, wanting to see if there was any way to leave. However, no matter which direction he flew, he was still enveloped by the darkness. If the first time was just bad luck, then what about the second time? Lu Yi was almost certain that there was definitely something wrong with the Shiraba. It was not just his bad luck, but Gu Shang was right. The Shiraba was a starry sky treasure. Ever since the Heavenly Azura clan was destroyed, it had been in operation. Why would there be a problem when it came to him? Was there something about him that was different from the others? Just as he was deep in thought, Lu Yi suddenly sensed a light coming from a certain direction. He quickly turned his head to look in that direction, but the light had already disappeared after the initial irritation. He gradually calmed down. Even if there was a problem with the Shiraba, it should not be enough to trap him here. So, he was certain that he would definitely get out. It was only a matter of time. Even though he was in absolute darkness, Lu Yi could still clearly determine the traces of time passing. After a full 2 days, a light suddenly appeared in front of him. The light was weak, like a candle flame, but it still made Lu Yi, who had been trapped for a long time, feel relieved. His guess was right. Turning his head to look at the candle-like light, it seemed to have a mind of its own. It slowly circled in front of Lu Yi. At first, it was a small circle, then it grew larger, expanding outwards with each circle. Wherever it flowed, it left behind a bright trace. Not long after, an oval circle of light appeared in Lu Ye's vision. Then the light burst out, dispersing the endless darkness. Lu Yi pondered for a moment and then stepped towards the circle of light. As he took a step, his vision changed. At the same time, Lu Ye's expression changed because he clearly felt an invisible force enveloping his body, binding him layer by layer. This sudden change caused him to suffer a heavy blow. He could not help but let out a muffled groan as his face suddenly turned pale. Screams and cries rang in his ears, mixed with unbridled laughter. The smell of blood lingered at the tip of his nose. His scattered vision slowly focused, and an indescribable sense of weakness welled up in his heart. Lu Yi had not experienced such a feeling for a long time and could not help but be stunned for a moment. Just as he was about to check his body, he heard a rumbling sound coming from under his feet. This sound was inexplicably familiar. In the next moment, Lu Ye's expression changed, and he looked down in the direction of the sound. He saw something the size of a baby's fist tumbling around and about to freeze. Looking at this familiar thing, Lu Yi could not believe it. He hurriedly dodged and was about to raise his foot to step on it, but as soon as he moved, he immediately realized that something was wrong. His movements were very slow, and his reaction was also very slow, so he did not step on it. Just as he was on tenterhooks, the dice of fate stopped rolling. Lu Yi held his breath and stared at it. Great luck! 2 large characters suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. He couldn't help but be stunned. So there was still great luck? Before, it had been luck, misfortune, and bad luck, but this time it was great luck. It was a good start, but it gave him quite a fright. After all, the dice of fate was too mysterious. If he threw a bad word, even his talent tree would have to burn for several days before it could be destroyed. But he clearly remembered that he had left the dice of fate in his cave mansion, so why would it appear here? After suffering a loss last time, Lu Yi did not dare to take this thing with him again. Last time it was just bad luck, but if he threw a bad luck word, who knew what kind of danger he would encounter? So, before coming here for the experience this time, he deliberately put this thing in his cave mansion. In any case, he was the only one living in the cave mansion, so no one could enter or leave without his permission, so it was safe to stay there. But it still appeared. Although the result was not bad, this feeling of not being in control was not good. Lu Yi couldn't figure out how it had appeared here. The 2 characters of great luck turned into a faint light and entered Lu Ye's body. The same feeling as before appeared. Under this lingering feeling, Lu Yi felt that no matter what he wanted to do, he would succeed. Ha 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 ha, little girl, you still want to run? Can you escape? A sudden voice suddenly sounded not far away. Lu Yi turned his head and saw a burly man walking over, grabbing a woman's long hair and dragging her over. The woman's clothes were ragged and she was in a sorry state. Although she struggled with all her might, it was to no avail. She could only cry and beg for mercy. Smelly bitch, didn't you look down on me? Today I let you know my power. The burly man cursed, his face full of anger and viciousness. When he looked up, he suddenly saw Lu Yi standing in front of him and raised his eyebrows. There's actually someone else. Saying so, he directly dropped the woman in his hand, pulled out a curved blade from his waist, and rushed towards Lu Yi, his face full of murderous intent. Lu Yi looked at him quietly, his expression extremely strange, because he found that something was not quite right. At this moment, a number was floating above the head of this fierce-looking, burly man. A big 1,000. This number was very ethereal, obviously not real, so Lu Yi could not understand what it meant. No matter how the burly man moved, this number remained suspended above his head. although he did not know what this number represented. He could tell at a glance that this guy was not a good person. Since he dared to attack him, there was nothing wrong with killing him. Moreover, in his opinion, this burly man was a mortal who had never cultivated and was only relying on his strength to commit crimes. Normally, Lu Yi would not even have the chance to meet such a person. The burly man's speed was still very fast compared to ordinary people. In just a few steps, he was in front of Lu Yi, the curved blade in his hand drawing an arc and slashing towards Lu Yi. However, at this moment, he tripped over something and his body became unstable. The trajectory of the curved blade in his hand also changed. At the same time, Lu Yi slowly raised his hand and gently slapped the burly man's chest. Under this palm, even if Lu Yi did not use any magic power, the burly man would not be able to survive. Feeling pain on his cheek, Lu Ye's expression changed. End of chapter. Chapter 1931. What are you doing? In the forest, the brawny man lowered his head and looked at the palm on his chest. He couldn't deny that Lu Ye's strength wasn't small, but that was all there was to it. He couldn't understand why Lu Yi would do such a thing in the middle of a battle of life and death. As he spoke, he swung his scimitar at Lu Yi again. At that moment, the palm on his chest suddenly exerted force. Lu Yi had sensed that something was wrong and had activated the power in his body. The brawny man immediately groaned and flew backward, his chest caved in, and he fell several feet away. He supported himself with his scimitar and struggled to get up. He looked at Lu Yi in disbelief. A cultivator. After saying that, he fell to the ground again, blood flowing out of his mouth. Lu Yi stood in place and raised his hand to touch his cheek. When he looked at his palm, it was covered in blood. A mortal who had never cultivated before, wielding an ordinary weapon that couldn't even be considered a magic tool, had actually injured him. This was simply unheard of. He hurriedly checked his body, only to find that he had become extremely weak. He had felt this weakness when he first arrived at this training scene. However, before he could carefully examine it, the die of fate had appeared and attracted his attention. Only now did he realize something that he couldn't accept. He was being suppressed, and it was an extremely terrifying suppression. A few days ago, when he was chatting and drinking with a brew and gushing, he had heard them talk about their experiences. PQ Yao experts like them would encounter the suppression of the Azura field once in every 10 times they went on a training trip, because they were too strong unless they were thrown into a training scene with cultivators under the sun. Very few things could pose a threat to them. However, this didn't conform to the rule that every training session was risky, so the Azura field would use this method to suppress their strength. Both of them had experienced being suppressed to the point where they only had the strength of a star constellation. When Lu Yi heard this before, he guessed that he would definitely encounter it, but he didn't expect to encounter it so quickly. Moreover, the suppression he was experiencing now was countless times more severe than what a blow and Gushing had said, because when he carefully examined himself, he found that his current strength was only equivalent to a spirit stream realm cultivator. No, he couldn't even be considered a spirit stream realm cultivator, because he could only sense the existence of 4 spiritual cavities. The 4 spiritual cavities didn't store magic power, but spiritual power. Not only was Lu Ye's cultivation suppressed, but he was also unable to use his divine will. It was clear that even his spirit sea had been sealed. Even the strength of his physical body was suppressed to the level of someone who had just stepped into the world of cultivation. Otherwise, how could a mortal's blade injure him? Fortunately, the other party had suddenly tripped. Otherwise, who knew what would have happened if the saber had been aimed at his neck? Did the mysterious power of the dice of fate take effect? Lu Ye's expression was solemn. The situation wasn't right. It was normal to be suppressed, but it was abnormal to be suppressed to such an extent. He calmed his mind once again and checked his talent tree. If this was the suppression from the Azura field, would the talent tree be of use? Just like how the talent tree could burn away the power of the Azura contract. However, What puzzled him was that the talent tree did not have any reaction. In other words, this suppression was not some kind of external force that could be incinerated on his body. Instead, it was some kind of method that he did not know about, which was why the talent tree did not react. Despite his powerful cultivation, he was only left with the strength of 4 orifices. Fortunately, he could still sense the talent tree. This meant that he could activate the talent tree. In addition, he still had the mountain pan dao. This was a sharp blade, transformed from the soldier tribe. Even if he only had the strength of 4 orifices left, with this divine weapon in hand, it should not be a problem for him to complete this training. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. At the same time, Lu Yi suddenly caught a glimpse of a light from the corner of his eye. It was coming from the direction of the dead man. He instinctively thought that he had encountered an attack and hurriedly tried to dodge. However, he was still unable to dodge in time. The light hit his waist and disappeared. However, Lu Yi did not feel that he had been attacked. He looked at the dead man in bewilderment and found that he was indeed dead. Then what was that light just now? Looking carefully, Lu Yi found something different. The 1,000 floating above the man's head had disappeared. His corpse was also dissipating into fluorescent light. Thinking about where the light hit, Lu Yi hurriedly grabbed the Azura token at his waist and checked the number representing the Azura seal. It increased by 1,000. Because the Azura seal he obtained from the previous training was not quite right, Lu Yi was very clear about how many Azura seals he had now. Compared to before, his Azura seal had increased by 1,000. Could it be? Lu Ye's eyes lit up. This was really good luck. Although he was a little unhappy that he was suppressed like never before. Where else could he find such a good thing to obtain 1,000 Azura seals from killing an evil man? He was originally worried that this training would be the same as last time. He did not want to spend so much time and energy only to obtain the most basic experience. Now, it seemed that his worries were unnecessary. Punishing evil and eliminating evil could directly increase his Azura seal. There was no need to wait for the final tally. Immortal Master! A cry sounded, followed by a person crawling over to Lu Yi and kneeling in front of him, crying and begging, "Immortal Master, please save us!" As she spoke, she kowtowed. Lu Yi looked down and found that the person kneeling in front of him was the woman who had been caught just now. She kowtowed so hard that the ground soon turned dark red. Lu Yi blinked and stared at the top of the woman's head because he suddenly found that there was also a floating number above her head. Moreover, the number was even bigger than the one of the evil man. 2,000. This undoubtedly meant that as long as he killed her, he could obtain 2,000 Azura seals. Although 2,000 was not much, it was the basic reward for staying in the training scene for a day. This miserable woman was also an evil person? Lu Yi frowned. It did not look like it. He did not understand what was going on. The woman was still calling out Immortal Master in an extremely sorrowful voice. Lu Yi pondered for a moment, then bent down and stretched out his hand. "Stand up and talk." The woman was helped up by him. Her face was full of sadness, and there was a hint of urgency in her eyes. "Immortal Master, please save us." Lu Yi also noticed that there was a problem. At the foot of the mountain, there was a village that was on fire, and there were sounds of fighting coming from there. Obviously, this woman was not the only one who had suffered. She was only targeted by the evil man because of her outstanding appearance and figure, and was captured to do evil here. At this distance, Lu Yi could easily detect her, but he was suppressed so badly that he did not notice in time. Seeing that Lu Yi had sensed the situation there, the woman hurriedly said, "Immortal Master, bandits attacked and many people died. Immortal Master, please be merciful and save us." Lu Ye's expression immediately turned cold. How dare they act so arrogantly in broad daylight? They are simply lawless. Wait for me to deal with them. One bandit was worth 1,000 Azura seals, and there were even more at the foot of the mountain. Lu Yi did not expect to encounter such a good thing. The dice of fate was indeed mysterious. The woman was stunned, then overjoyed. She did not expect Lu Yi to be so easy to talk to. She wanted to say something, but Lu Yi had already rushed down the mountain. She could only shout, "Immortal Master, be careful! There seems to be a cultivator among the bandits." Lu Yi heard her shout, but he did not care. His strength was indeed suppressed. But with the mountain pan saber in hand, what did he have to be afraid of? A moment later, he single-handedly killed his way into the village. At a glance, he saw many fierce-looking bandits chasing after the villagers. These bandits were extremely violent. They clearly had the ability to kill quickly, but they were not in a hurry to kill. Instead, they chased after the fleeing villagers as if they were playing a game. They slowly tortured the villagers to death as they cried and begged in despair. Even though Lu Yi knew that the dead villagers were just shadows, this scene still made him angry. The reason he agreed to the woman's request was mainly to confirm his own thoughts. The woman and the burly man he killed both had numbers representing Azura seals above their heads. This was obviously not a coincidence, and the others should also have numbers representing Azura seals. He came for the Azura seals, so he was naturally happy to earn more Azura seals in the process of punishing and eliminating evil. At this moment, he did see numbers representing Azura seals above the bandits' heads. However, even if there were no Azura seals, Lu Yi could not just stand by and watch. "There's someone here." A bandit holding a machete noticed his figure and immediately called out. Immediately, several bandits who were chasing after the villagers came whistling over and met Lu Yi in unison. These bandits each held a different weapon. Seeing that Lu Yi was alone and not afraid, the bandit who had called out to him also sensed that something was wrong. He shouted, "Be careful, this person seems to be quite capable." As he spoke, he fiercely stabbed his spear at Lu Yi. Lu Ye's strength was suppressed, but after so many years of life and death battles, he still had a keen eye. When faced with this attack, he just tilted his head slightly and easily dodged it. Taking advantage of the momentum, he closed in on the armed bandit in the blink of an eye. He raised his hand and pressed on the mountain pan saber, then pulled it out. He could not pull it out. Lu Yi almost cursed it out loud. The Azura field. This was too much. It was one thing to suppress his strength, but even the mountain pan saber was suppressed? Even if he was only left with the strength of a 4 apertures cultivator, he should have been able to pull out his saber. This situation was clearly caused by the Azura field. He felt that he was being targeted. The huge Azura field was filled with malice towards him. At this moment, there was no time to think. Lu Yi raised the hand holding the hilt of his saber and punched the bandit in the face. Spiritual power lingered around the tip of his fist. How could a bandit who had never cultivated block this punch? The sound of skull shattering rang out as the bandit flew backwards. Lu Yi casually grabbed the bandit's spear and turned it around, casually thrusting it to the side, right into the chest of another bandit that was pouncing over. The spear instantly pierced through his chest. End of chapter. Chapter 1932. In the blink of an eye, 2 bandits had been killed, leaving only 3 bandits who were rushing towards Lu Yi. Seeing this, they couldn't help but stop in their tracks, a look of fear on their faces. These bandits only had a little more strength and ruthlessness than ordinary people. Although they had seen many life and death situations, they didn't have the courage to face it head-on. Swoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Lu Yi, who was about to attack again, suddenly turned around and flicked the spear in his hand, accurately hitting an arrow coming from behind. With a bang, the arrow broke in 2. Lu Yi looked in the direction of the arrow source and saw a short bandit squatting on a roof, a longbow in his hand drawn and looking in his direction. The bandit had a dull expression on his face at this moment, obviously not expecting Lu Ye's reaction to be so fast. It was easy to dodge an open spear, but hard to defend against a hidden arrow. His sneaky arrow had been blocked like this. Their eyes met, and the bandit quickly pulled out an arrow from the arrow basket on his back and drew the bowstring. In the next moment, his expression became one of panic because he saw Lu Yi throw the spear in his hand towards him. He instinctively wanted to dodge, but the spear was too fast. In a flash, his whole body was pierced by the spear, and he was sent flying with a scream. "Let's kill him together." The three bandits beside Lu Yi saw that Lu Yi had lost his spear, and their courage was boosted. A bearded man shouted and took the lead to slash at Lu Yi. At this moment, Lu Ye's back was facing him. He had succeeded. The bearded man was overjoyed. However, just as the machete was about to fall, Lu Yi suddenly turned around and the machete brushed past his sleeve. Huh! The bearded man was stunned. Why did this person seem to have eyes on the back of his head? Before he had time to think, he felt a pain in his wrist and his machete was taken away. Then his vision spun. Lu Yi held the machete in his hand and faced the remaining two bandits head-on. Under the stunned gazes of the two bandits, he killed them on the spot. More bandits appeared from all over the place, armed with different weapons, and rushed towards Lu Yi with bloodshot eyes. Above the heads of these fellows was a seemingly ethereal and varied number of large characters, causing Lu Yi to be enraptured. Although there weren't many bandits, there were still more than 10 of them. Including the few he had killed earlier, the total number of bandits attacking this village was about 20. Lu Yi was in a wonderful mood. Although he felt that he had been targeted by the Azura field and his strength had been suppressed too much, this was really a good place. He charged forward alone, and wherever he passed, the bandits fell into a pool of blood one after another. These bandits had originally thought that they could take down Lu Yi alone, but in just a moment, more than half of them had been killed or injured. The remaining bandits were instantly terrified. How could they not know that after walking for so long in the night, they had finally met a ghost? Immediately, someone ran while shouting, "Sixth Master! Sixth Master! Save me!" With a bang, the door of a house was broken open, and a bare-chested, burly man broke through the door. In the room behind him, a naked girl was curled up on a messy bed, crying helplessly. The burly man glanced around and saw that the brothers he had brought with him had suffered heavy casualties, and immediately became furious. He quickly came to a black horse in front of the house and mounted it. Lifting a huge spear, he clamped his legs and tightened the reins. The black horse immediately neighed and galloped towards Lu Yi. "Which scoundrel dares to ruin my great Wind Mountain's business?" he roared as he approached Lu Yi. Lu Yi heard the noise and turned his head to look. At a glance, he saw the large number 3,000 above the burly man's head. He then associated it with the shout of the bandit just now and suddenly raised his eyebrows, knowing that this guy should be the leader of this group of bandits. As expected of a leader, his value was different. The bandits he had killed before were all worth a little more than 1,000, but this one was worth 3,000. The distance between the two was not too far, and the Sixth Master's speed was extremely fast. In just a few breaths of time, he had rushed not far in front of Lu Yi. The huge spear in his hand was obviously not light, and was not something an ordinary person could handle. What surprised Lu Yi was that he felt a trace of spiritual power from the Sixth Master's body. It was very weak, but there was no doubt that it was spiritual power. He suddenly remembered the warning of the woman on the mountain, saying that there was a cultivator in this group of bandits. It seemed that she was talking about this person. However, in Lu Ye's opinion, even if one opened their spiritual apertures, they could not be considered a cultivator if they did not form a system. Just like now, he only had the power of 4 apertures. Because these 4 apertures were independent and did not form a circulation path, they could not be considered a cultivator. The Sixth Master was even worse. His spiritual power was extremely weak, and Lu Yi estimated that he had only opened 1 aperture. He could barely be considered a beginner in cultivation. The difference in strength between 1 aperture and 4 apertures was not very big. Whether it was physical fitness or reaction speed, it all depended on one's talent. Under the same foundation, 4 apertures were stronger than 1 aperture. Lu Yi had walked step by step from this stage, so he was naturally well aware of this. Right now, the sixth master was charging over aggressively with his horse. With the strength he could display now, if he really met force with force, it would be a situation where he would lose 800 of his own men. Die. The sixth master's spear fiercely stabbed at Lu Yi. Under this spear, even if there was a big rock in front of him, it would be smashed to pieces. Then his expression became startled, because almost at the moment he pulled out his spear, Lu Yi suddenly jumped up lightly and stepped on his spear. In an instant, the sixth leader felt that his spear had become incomparably heavy, and even he and his horse paused slightly. It turned out that a heavy pressure spirit pattern flashed under Lu Ye's feet. Before he could react, Lu Yi had already arrived in front of him along the spear. The sixth master cried out in alarm and quickly flipped off his horse, rolling on the ground. He hastily got up and was about to continue fighting when his body suddenly went limp. Then a large amount of blood gushed out from his neck, dyeing everything in front of him red. His gaze became frightened. He threw away his spear and covered his neck with both hands, but he could not stop the blood from flowing out. He had no idea when Lu Yi had attacked. When the remaining bandits saw this scene, they all cried out in alarm and fled in all directions. How could Lu Yi let them run away? Every one of these bandits was a living Azura seal. Seeing a big rock at his feet, he immediately bent down and punched out, smashing the big rock into pieces of different sizes. He then grabbed the pieces and threw them out. After a series of screams, many of the bandits' heads were smashed and they died. Lu Ye's chi and blood surged, and streams of light flew from all directions and entered the Azura seal at his waist. Behind him, a house was burning, and scorching heat waves swept out. Under the illumination of the fire, Lu Ye's expression became somewhat twisted and ferocious. The villagers who were lucky enough to survive the turmoil just now all looked at him in horror and anxiety. They felt that he was much more terrifying than those bandits. An hour later, the fire was extinguished. In front of the burned ruins, Lu Yi sat on a large rock, inspecting his Azura seals. Just now, he had gained about 30,000 Azura seals. Although it wasn't much, when he thought about the last experiential learning where he had toiled for so long, he had only gained a little over 50,000 Azura seals. 30,000 Azura seals seemed like a lot. Moreover, this was only the beginning. He was trying to figure out what was going on with this training. Admittedly, both Abdullah and Gushing had encountered situations where they were suppressed, preventing them from unleashing their full strength. However, their suppression was at most at the level of a star constellation. Compared to what he was experiencing now, it was simply incomparable. He was a late-stage moon jade cultivator, but now he only had the power of 4 apertures left. Who would believe this? Even the mountain plate saber had been sealed by the power of the Azura field. Even his storage ring, he could not open it. Also, when he entered the training scene, he was trapped in the darkness for 2 whole days. That was very strange. However, he did not have a clue at the moment. He only felt that he should be as if he was being targeted. He already knew that the Azura field had its own consciousness. However, he did not do anything special after entering the Azura field. Why was he being targeted? Moreover, a starry sky treasure like the Azura field, even if it really had a consciousness, it should not have any good or bad. It would only operate according to its own rules and maintain the experience scenes. Unless the Azura field had a complete consciousness like the reincarnation tree. Lu Yi could not figure it out at the moment, so he could only focus on the present. The strength of a 4 apertures cultivator was still too weak. Although he did not expend much energy killing those bandits, it was still somewhat exhausting. There were only about 20 bandits. If he were to encounter more, he might really be exhausted. The powerful physique that he relied on was not of much use in this experience scene. The wound on his cheek had not healed yet. If he could raise his cultivation base, it would undoubtedly be more convenient for him for this experience. The only thing he could use now was the talent tree. This was something that even the Azura field could not suppress. He tried to use the power of the talent tree to devour the surroundings and recover the spiritual power he had expended. However, he found that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in this world was extremely thin. This was obviously an extremely low-level realm. It was already very rare for people to open spiritual apertures and produce spiritual power in such a realm. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for him to raise his cultivation base in such an environment. Moreover, Lu Yi was not sure if he could raise his cultivation base even if the environment was suitable. After all, this was the suppression of the Azura field. If this suppression could not be broken, then his cultivation base would be stuck at the level of 4 apertures. Immortal Master. A somewhat old voice sounded. Lu Yi looked up and saw an old man with a walking stick standing in front of him. Beside the old man was the young girl he had saved on the mountain. End of chapter. Chapter 1933. Behind the old man and the young girl stood the villagers who were still alive. The village wasn't large to begin with only 100 or so people. After the bandits' attack, only half of them were still alive, and most of them were women, children, and elderly. At this moment, all of them were looking at Lu Yi in awe. This immortal master had killed more than 20 bandits by himself. Many of them had seen it with their own eyes. If it weren't for him, they would all be dead today. Therefore, even though the immortal master didn't look like a good person for a moment, the villagers were still grateful. Lu Yi looked at these people and was immediately dazzled by the large number above their heads. The bandits were living Azura seals, and so were these villagers. Their value was even higher than the bandits. The young girl he had met on the mountain was worth 2,000 Azura seals, and the old man she was supporting was even more exaggerated. The number above his head was so big that Lu Yi almost thought he was seeing things. The bandit leader he had killed was worth 3,000 Azura seals. How could this weak old man with half his neck be worth 5,000 Azura seals? These villagers were worth at least 2,000 Azura seals, and a few of them were worth 3,000. Even if there were only 50 of them, their total value was at least 100,000 Azura seals. If Lu Yi wanted to, he could kill all these unarmed, ordinary people and gain almost the same amount of income as a training trip. Most of these people were just shadows, not real people. Therefore, he didn't have to feel guilty about killing them. Immortal Master, Gale Mountain has suffered heavy losses this time. They will definitely not let this go. They have 6 leaders, and the one who died was the weakest. I heard that the leader of Gale Mountain has been cultivating for many years, and his strength is unfathomable. Immortal Master, you should plan ahead. Huh. Lu Ye's eyes lit up. Gale Mountain, where is it? Even if these people were just shadows, Lu Yi wouldn't kill them. He was just curious why these ordinary people were worth more than the bandits. However, he didn't have to feel guilty about killing the bandits. He could be chivalrous and gain benefits at the same time. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The old man was probably the village chief of this village. He replied, "This is the Great Wind Mountain." However, the Great Wind Mountain covers a large area. Many years ago, a group of bandits took over the mountain and claimed it as their king. They used the name of the Great Wind Mountain to commit crimes everywhere. Then do you know where they are? Lu Yi asked again. I'm not sure. The old man shook his head and looked at Lu Yi with a strange expression. He had kindly warned Lu Yi mainly because he wanted Lu Yi to leave as soon as possible. The Grand Wind Mountain would definitely come for revenge. Who would have thought that this immortal master was not only not afraid but also excited? What kind of person was this? Do any of you know where the base of these bandits is? Lu Yi looked at the surviving villagers. Most of them shook their heads, indicating that they did not know. Only a man dressed like a hunter said, "Immortal Master, the bandits of Gale Mountain are well hidden. Most people don't know their exact location. Even if they happened to see them, they would be killed. But there are people who know." Who? Lu Yi looked at him. The hunter turned his head and looked to the side. Lu Yi followed his gaze and saw the handsome black horse left behind by the sixth elder. His eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, an old horse knows the way. As long as I ride it, it should be able to lead me to the base of the bandits. With this thought, Lu Yi no longer hesitated. He slowly got up and walked towards the black horse. Immortal Master, where are you going? The old man asked in a trembling voice. Although he had some guesses, he did not dare to be sure. Of course, I'm going to eradicate all evil, Lu Yi said as he mounted the horse and picked up the thick spear left behind by the sixth elder. This thing was about 200 kilograms. It was not something that ordinary people could handle. He could not use the Panshan saber, but in this environment, this spear would be an invincible weapon. The black horse was somewhat unruly. Lu Yi casually patted it on the back and used his spiritual power to make it behave. Immortal Master, there are many strange beasts in Gale Mountain. Please be careful. The hunter looked at Lu Ye's back and couldn't help but remind him. Lu Yi just waved his hand casually. After watching Lu Ye's back disappear, the crowd looked at the old man. The hunter said, "Village chief, what should we do next?" The village was destroyed and more than half of the villagers were dead or injured. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that the bandits of Gale Mountain would definitely seek revenge. If they continued to stay, they would not have a good ending. No one knew if the Immortal Master who left could eliminate the bandits of Gale Mountain. If he could, then it would be good. But if he couldn't, then disaster would be waiting for them. The old man pondered for a moment, then sighed and said, "Take everything you can and migrate." They could not stay here. They could only find a suitable place to settle down. But in today's world, who knew what would happen to them if they left their homes? The villagers were silent for a while, then dispersed to pack up their things. In the forest, Lu Yi let his horse reins and rummaged through a parcel in his hand. The parcel was on the black horse's back. It should belong to the sixth leader. After searching, Lu Yi found a lot of jerky and 2 sets of clothes. In addition, there were a few things that looked like golden leaves. Lu Yi guessed that they were the currency of this realm. A rumbling sound was heard. Lu Yi quickly patted his chest and found that the dice of fate was still there. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Then his eyes widened in disbelief. He finally realized what the rumbling sound was. That was the sound of movement coming from his stomach. He was hungry. Lu Yi didn't know how long it had been since he last felt this way. As his cultivation gradually improved, he no longer needed to eat. Eating was more to satisfy his appetite, but right now he could clearly feel his hunger. The aroma of the jerky suddenly became rich. Lu Yi immediately picked up a piece and put it in his mouth. He then grabbed a water bottle on the horse's back and drank a few mouthfuls. Suddenly the talent tree reacted. Lu Yi focused his mind and observed it. He found that there was an extremely thin gray fog on the talent tree. Poison? Lu Yi was astounded. What kind of plaything was that sixth master? How could he poison his own food? Who was he guarding against? But judging from the talent tree's reaction, the poison didn't seem to be much. Lu Yi didn't care. He ate a few mouthfuls of jerky and drank a mouthful of water. Slowly, Lu Yi confirmed one thing. The poison was not in the jerky, but in the water. It made no difference to him. After eating his fill, Lu Yi began to cultivate, transforming his blood and qi into spiritual power. Although the talent tree could devour the world's spirit energy to replenish its consumption, the world's spirit energy was too thin. It didn't have much effect. On the contrary, the cultivation method of transforming one's blood and qi into spiritual power was more efficient. This was also his initial cultivation method. Because he wasn't talented enough back then, he couldn't absorb the world's spirit energy and the energy in spirit stones. So he could only use this method. Even after many years, Lu Yi still didn't forget. Moreover, when he was at this stage, the talent tree hadn't transformed yet. It wasn't like now, when it had a powerful devouring ability. Once the food entered his stomach, Lu Yi only needed to slightly stimulate the talent tree to completely devour it, transforming it into his own blood and qi. Then he could transform it into spiritual power. His cultivation efficiency was many times faster than before. An hour later, his stomach was hungry again. Lu Yi continued to eat and cultivate. After a few times, a big bag of jerky was completely consumed. The spiritual power he used in the battle was also replenished. Gradually, Lu Yi found something that made him pleasantly surprised. The Azura field suppression on him was an absolute. He could use cultivation to break open more spiritual cavities and increase his strength. This was undoubtedly something to look forward to. Along the way, the black horse's speed wasn't very fast. Lu Yi didn't know whether it was going the right way or not, but since things had already reached this point, he could only trust it. In the evening, when they reached a place, the black horse suddenly became restless. Lu Yi, who was in the middle of cultivation, sensed something and turned his head to look in a certain direction. Over there, in a bush, a pair of green eyes were staring at him. For pairs of eyes met, and a fishy wind blew against Lu Ye's face. A huge and vigorous figure rushed out, roaring like a beast. A bloody mouth appeared in Lu Ye's field of vision. The black horse was frightened and neighed. Lu Yi raised his hand and grabbed the thick spear left behind by the sixth master and stabbed it forward. The 200 gene weight was as light as a feather, and the beast was directly pierced through, hanging on the spear. "Don't cry." Lu Yi slapped the black horse's back. After a short while, Lu Yi sat cross-legged next to a raging bonfire. A large piece of beast meat was sizzling on the fire, and a fragrant smell assailed his nose. The hunger in Lu Ye's stomach became more obvious. With the talent tree, no matter how much he ate, he could quickly digest it and use it to increase his strength. Moreover, after killing this thing that looked like a leopard, he discovered something else. The beasts of this world didn't seem to be ordinary beasts. They were much more ferocious than the beasts he knew. Even the black horse left behind by the sixth master was the same. It should be known that although he didn't weigh much, the spear was not light. After a day, the black horse didn't feel much fatigue. Was this a strange beast? Lu Yi remembered the hunter's warning before he left. From this point of view, the so-called strange beasts were more ferocious and stronger than ordinary beasts, but not yet at the level of monster beasts. It was in line with the level of this world, because this world itself was born with the concept of cultivation, but it was a low-level domain that hadn't really stepped into the level of cultivation. Suddenly, there was the sound of footsteps. Under the flickering light of the fire, 2 figures came from the front. Before they arrived, one of them said, "Please forgive us for visiting so late at night. The mountain roads are difficult to travel, and the night is cold. Seeing the fire, we wanted to seek warmth. Friend, please don't blame us." Chapter 1934. Next to the bonfire, Lu Yi looked up and saw 2 figures slowly approaching, swaying with the light of the fire. After a short while, a man and a woman came to a stop not far away. The man was tall while the woman was petite and cute. They seemed to be husband and wife. "Greetings, brother." The man cupped his fists, but the petite woman standing beside him glanced at the black horse behind Lu Yi, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. Lu Yi looked at the top of their heads with an intrigued expression. "Are you bandits from MT Gale?" The man's face suddenly changed. "Friend, please don't speak nonsense. We husband and wife are just passing by and have never done anything outrageous." "Is that so?" "Of course." Puff, puff. 2 soft sounds suddenly came out. The man opposite was taken aback. "What's that sound?" The petite woman also retracted her gaze from the black horse and sniffed gently with her nose. "There's the smell of blood, no!" At this moment, the man also reacted. His face suddenly became fierce, and he leaped high into the air, rushing straight towards Lu Yi. Pucci! Lu Yi sat on the ground without moving, but a thick spear suddenly appeared in his hand. He directly pierced through the man and hung him on the spear. You. The man looked at Lu Yi in disbelief. Although they knew Lu Yi was not to be trifled with when they saw the black horse, they didn't expect him to be so ruthless. Where did they get exposed? The petite woman had just pulled out a long whip from her waist and was about to attack when she saw her companion stabbed to death. Her beautiful face changed color, and she turned to flee. She knew the enemy was not weak, but she didn't expect him to be this strong. With a whoosh, the sound of something breaking through the air came from behind, followed by a thick, blood-stained spear suddenly falling from the sky, grazing her towering chest before stabbing into the ground 2 feet in front of her. The woman froze in place, cold sweat dripping down her back as the night wind blew. She naturally didn't think the enemy made a mistake. This precise control was clearly a warning. If she dared to run again, she would inevitably follow in her companion's footsteps. Moments later, Lu Yi was gnawing on a thick beast leg. Across from the bonfire, the woman was kneeling on the ground, trembling. She didn't dare to escape, so she had returned. Tell me. Crunching sounds came from Lu Ye's mouth. It was the sound of bones being crushed. The way he ate made the woman feel even more ferocious and terrifying. We came from the stockade. The 6th master hasn't returned yet, so we're here to pick him up. Just as Lu Yi had thought, these guys were indeed bandits. In fact, when Lu Yi saw them, he already had some guesses because the numbers above their heads were the same as the bandits, a little over 1,000. Furthermore, how could a normal person travel in such a deep forest at such a late hour? Old Ma really knew the way. He was a little worried that he had gone in the wrong direction, but now it seemed that he was right. The stronghold that the woman spoke of was undoubtedly the gathering place of the mountain bandits. There should be a lot of Azura seals there. There weren't 2 of them, but 4. The man and the woman were in direct contact to distract Lu Yi, while the other 2 secretly approached, ready to take him down. However, Lu Yi had already sensed it. 2 small stones were easily taken care of by the 2 bandits. The first popping sound was the sound of stones killing people. After the woman finished speaking, she carefully looked up at Lu Yi, but saw that he didn't react at all. He was still eating heartily. After a while, she heard Lu Yi order, "Continue roasting." HM? The female bandit was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted. She eagerly got up, cut off a large piece of meat from the beast's corpse, and roasted it in the volcano. After all, the woman was more careful. She even brought seasonings with her when she went out. This undoubtedly made Lu Yi very happy. With seasonings, the roasted meat wasn't so bland anymore. One roasted and one ate. The scene was strange. The woman's roasting skills were very good. Every time she roasted the meat until it was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. As she roasted, the corners of her mouth curled up and her eyes flashed with pride. So what if you're strong? After eating so much 7 fragrance powder, I'll turn you into a fish on the chopping board. Bandits, like them, had endless tricks up their sleeves when facing their enemies. It was normal for them to secretly poison their food. Under normal circumstances, they would have to be careful when poisoning their food to avoid being discovered. However, at this moment, with the help of seasonings, no one would be able to tell. In the woman's opinion, the person who killed the 6th master was probably a young master from a big family. Although he had some skills, he didn't know the dangers of the world. Let me teach you a lesson. She was secretly pleased. She looked forward to the young master's shocked and panicked expression when the poison took effect. Just as she was thinking this, a strange sound suddenly came from Lu Ye's side. It was as if his throat was blocked. Then his face flushed red and his eyes glazed over. A smile immediately appeared on the woman's beautiful face. She covered her mouth and laughed coquettishly. Although the young master's table manners weren't good, he had an otherworldly temperament. He was completely different from the bandits in the stronghold. She would be able to enjoy herself after taking him down. Bang! Lu Yi suddenly patted his chest and then grabbed the water bag beside him to drink some water. He looked at the woman with a strange expression. I choked. What's so funny? The woman's smile quickly disappeared. She lowered her head with a docile expression. Thanks to the young master's pity, I escaped from death. I'm crying tears of joy. It's not the poison taking effect. This guy is really strong. It looks like I'll have to wait a little longer. After waiting for most of the night, the woman's anticipation slowly disappeared. Then it turned into bewilderment and panic. What's the situation with this person? She had never seen someone who could eat so much. Even the third master, who was known as a rice bucket, didn't eat as much as he did. Such a big, strange beast was actually almost half eaten. What made the woman even more puzzled was that the other party's stomach didn't show any signs of swelling. Where did the food he ate go? This guy even ate the bones. If it was just that, then it would be fine. However, she had used up all the 7 fragrance powder she carried with her, and the other party was still safe and sound. It's impossible for such an outrageous person to exist in this world. Could it be that I've encountered a ghost? This piece of meat. A voice suddenly came from the other side. The woman trembled and raised her head to look at Lu Yi. She saw Lu Yi frowning and holding a large piece of roasted beast meat in his hand. The taste isn't right. Did you change the seasoning? The woman squeezed out an ugly smile. I changed it. I ran out of the original seasoning, although she had brought a lot of 7 fragrance powder. How could it withstand this kind of cooking? That amount of 7 fragrance powder could even poison 100 people to death. However, the other party was actually safe and sound. Thinking about how even the 6th master died in this person's hands, the woman suddenly realized that the person she met was definitely not an ordinary person. He was a cultivator on the same level as the masters. Only cultivators could resist the effects of the 7 fragrance powder. No wonder he could kill the 6th master. All right, continue roasting, Lu Yi ordered. The woman didn't dare to neglect and hurriedly complied. At the same time, in a nameless place, a mirror floated in the air. A scene was reflected in the mirror. It was a scene in the depths of a mountain forest. Under the cover of the night, a bonfire was rising. Beside the bonfire, a young man with a long saber was sitting cross-legged and eating heartily. A woman was roasting beast meat with a distressed expression. Beside her, only a small part of the skeleton of a strange beast was left. This scene was actually Lu Ye's current location, and the person eating the barbecued meat was none other than him. The perspective from the mirror's reflection seemed to be hanging not far in front of him. However, Lu Yi didn't notice it at all. Beside the mirror, several people were sitting upright. Their eyes were fixed on Lu Yi without blinking. Their eyes were filled with observation and scrutiny. Do, do, do. A sound slowly sounded. Several people looked in the direction of the sound. They all stood up and respectfully said, "Patriarch!" The sound was heard again. A moment later, a white-haired old man who looked like he was about to die walked over with a walking stick supported by a woman. A silver light flashed in the patriarch's eyes. After observing for a while, he asked, "How is the situation?" A man who had been in charge of observing the situation here said excitedly, "Patriarch, the character of this generation's successor seems to be good. At present, he is a worthy person to entrust." The patriarch nodded lightly. Strength will affect one's character, but if you want to see a person's true temperament, you will undoubtedly have to look at how he conducts himself when he is weak. Patriarch is right, but this person has only killed bandits so far. In the face of the temptation of ordinary villagers, he has turned a blind eye. This time it should be fine. No hurry! The patriarch shook his head. Continue to observe. If there is a situation, report it at any time. Yes. Several people responded. The patriarch slowly turned around. He didn't have much time left. If he could see his clan break free from its shackles in this lifetime, He would die without regret. Originally, he thought he would never have such an opportunity in this lifetime, but who knew it would suddenly appear in front of him? Something's wrong. Someone cried out in alarm. The patriarch, who was about to leave, immediately turned around. His cloudy eyes became much clearer at this moment as he stared hard at the mirror. In the mirror, an invisible wave of qi suddenly exploded around Lu Yi. This is... The patriarch revealed a look of astonishment. His cultivation has increased. The person in charge of observing Lu Ye's situation had a clue. The moment he said this, the originally clear mirror became blurry. This is bad. The Azura field is adjusting. Didn't they already suppress his cultivation to 4 apertures? How could it have increased in such a short period of time? It seems that we all underestimated the power of that treasure. Perhaps even the Azura field can't suppress it. Now that he has broken free, the Azura field must make some adjustments. Hurry and interfere! We can't interfere. We can only make some arrangements before he enters the scene. After he enters, no one will be able to interfere. The Azura field will automatically adjust itself. There was an uproar. End of chapter. Chapter 1935. What are you panicking for? The patriarch's voice rang out. His voice was like a bell, calming the panicked clansmen down as they looked at him. There's no such thing as death in the Azura field. With Yu Yao's background, it won't be difficult for him to deal with the spirit stream battle. That's true, someone nodded. From today onwards, this old master will personally oversee this place. The patriarch, who was about to leave, changed his mind and secretly made up his mind. If this generation's successor really encountered any danger, he would risk his old life to rescue him from the training grounds. Of course, the prerequisite was that he pass the clan's test. The blurry mirror slowly returned to its original appearance. Obviously, the Azura field had been adjusted. Next to the bonfire in the mountain forest, the woman looked at Lu Yi with a puzzled expression. She had clearly sensed some strange movements from Lu Ye's side just now, but when she looked carefully, she couldn't see anything. Lowering her head to look at the broken bones on the ground, the woman felt a chill run down her spine. In just one night, a single person had actually eaten an entire strange beast clean. The masters of the house were also cultivators, but she had never heard of them having such an ability. At this moment, Lu Ye's face was filled with joy. Just now he had opened his 5th aperture, and his strength had barely increased. Of course, the biggest benefit of opening another aperture was that his endurance had increased. Sure enough, when he first started cultivating, he had to eat more. Back then, the power of the talent tree hadn't transformed to this extent, so the effect wasn't obvious. But now it was different. In just one night, he had opened another aperture. In a few more days, wouldn't he be able to return to the first-order spirit stream realm? So what if the world energy in this world was thin? He only needed to convert his vitality into spirit energy to rapidly increase his strength. Moreover, because he had opened his apertures before, he wouldn't encounter any bottlenecks when doing this because there was no barrier to break through. Let's go. Lu Yi stood up and called out to the female bandit, full of energy. Where are we going? The female bandit asked cautiously. Where do you think? Lu Yi mounted his horse and looked down at her. The female bandit couldn't help but shudder. She obediently went forward to rein in the stiff black horse and led the way. The village wasn't too far away, and after about half a day, a huge wooden gate appeared in front of Lu Yi. Above the village gate, there were a few bandits guarding it. Normal people were not allowed to enter. When the female bandit led Black Horse and Lu Yi to this place, they were immediately discovered by a bandit. He stood on the stone wall above the stronghold gate and looked down at them. He said, Black Spider, didn't you go with Ruan Lauer and the others to receive the 6th master? Why did you come back alone? Who is this person? So this is your stronghold. Lu Yi raised his head and looked around. He could vaguely see that there were many signs of bandits gathering in the stronghold. This is it. Black Spider's palms were full of sweat. She knew that this was the most critical moment for her. Since she had already brought the person over, she had no more value. If the other party wanted to kill her, she would not be able to resist. Well done. Lu Yi nodded and dismounted from his horse. Let them open the door, he ordered. Of course, Black Spider did not dare to disobey. He tried his best to calm his emotions and shouted up, "Open the door!" The bandit who had just spoken was now bewildered. Black Spider, what's the matter with this person? Why is he riding the sixth master's horse and holding his spear? Where did the sixth master go? Stop talking nonsense. I told you to open the door. Black Spider was extremely anxious, and his tone was angry. If you don't explain clearly, I will not open the door. The bandit was not going to let it go. Boom! With a loud sound, the bandits on the stone wall suddenly lost their footing and fell down from above one after another, each of them in a daze. The bandit, who had shouted, felt that his head was broken. He forced himself to stand up and saw a huge hole in front of him. He blinked and took a step back. He was shocked to find that the hole was actually on the stronghold's gate. This gate was made of solid wood and was 2 feet thick. How could it be broken? In shock, he took another step back. Don't block the way. A large hand grabbed him by the neck and gently turned him, then threw him to the side. His vision twisted, and he found that his companions who had fallen down with him were already dead. Their consciousness was quickly fading. Lu Ye's figure passed through the hole made by his punch and directly entered the stronghold. In front of the stronghold, the female bandit who led the way lowered her head and looked at her chest. There was a very obvious hole there. She smiled bitterly. She knew that she would not end up like this. She also guessed that the other party would kill her, but she still did not notice when the other party made his move. The masters will take revenge. The female bandit murmured and fell on her back. So what if he was a cultivator? The masters were all cultivators. This person dared to break into the stronghold. He would definitely not have a good ending. Enemy attack. With a whistle, bandits rushed out from the houses in all directions. Each of them looked fierce and fiendish. In the blink of an eye, they had completely surrounded Lu Yi. Kill him! Someone shouted. In an instant, dozens of bandits used all kinds of methods. Countless attacks came at him. Some held weapons, some threw hidden weapons, and some shot arrows from the rooftops not far away. So many! Lu Yi looked at the numbers above the bandits' heads and was full of joy. He dragged the 200-jin-long spear behind him and grabbed the end of it. Then he raised his hand high above his head. With all his strength, the thick, long spear circled around him. Screams rang out one after another. In an instant, all the bandits within a radius of 5 zhang were killed. Normal people would not be able to withstand the 200-jin-long spear and the strength of his brandishing. They would be injured if they were hit, and die if they were touched. The dead bandits quickly turned into specks of light and dissipated. However, before they disappeared, rays of light flew out from their corpses and entered the Shura token at Lu Ye's waist. Rich. There were arrows and hidden weapons that hit him, but they couldn't even break his clothes. He was prepared for this kind of attack and could block it with a little spiritual power. The methods of a cultivator were not something that mortals could guess. This scene shocked everyone. Originally, the bandits did not put Lu Yi in their eyes because they had the advantage in numbers. Who would have thought that they would suffer such heavy casualties in a single exchange? A cultivator. He's a cultivator. A bandit cried out in horror. The rest of the bandits scattered in all directions. Obviously, they also knew that they could not make an enemy of a cultivator. However, how could they run? Lu Yi stood in place and stabbed out with his spear. Not far away, a large stone shattered into pieces. He flashed forward and grabbed a handful of broken stones in one hand. His other hand picked up a piece and threw it. A bandit fell to the ground. He threw it again, and another one fell. "How dare you come to my great wind mountain and behave so atrociously?" An angry roar sounded. Several figures rushed out from the depths of the stronghold. Lu Yi turned his head, and his eyes lit up. The numbers above these people's heads were obviously much higher than the average bandit. There were 4 of them. The one with the lowest number had 3,000, and the one with the highest number had 5,000, the same as the old village chief. He threw away all the broken stones in his hand. All the bandits in his field of vision had been killed. Lu Yi raised his spear and charged towards them, his face full of eagerness. Without a doubt, these were the leaders of Mount Gale. Lu Yi could sense traces of spiritual power on them, so they were most likely cultivators. This scene immediately made the leaders feel that something was wrong. Anyone who dared to charge at them was obviously not an ordinary person. "Third brother, keep him busy," the leader of the group, a middle-aged man, ordered. "No problem." Among them, the third leader, the fattest of them all, responded. His whole body was almost like a meatball. It was unknown how he cultivated. But even though his body was fat, his speed was not slow. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly pulled away from the others and took the lead to attack Lu Yi. The distance between them quickly closed. The third leader's eyes almost narrowed into a line. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Spiritual power surged in his body. Facing Lu Ye's spear, he did not dodge. Instead, he clapped his hands together and accurately grabbed the spear. With his immense strength, under such suppression, the opponent's spear was no longer of any use. As long as he was entangled for a moment, the others would be able to kill him together. At that time, no matter what cultivation this person had, he would undoubtedly die. Thinking this, the third leader's face changed greatly. This was because he felt intense pain in his palms. The spear he grabbed with his hands was unparalleled. It was not at the level where he could restrain it. The third leader fiercely urged his spiritual power, but it was useless. His hands were instantly covered in blood, and his palms turned into white bones. Pucci! The spear stabbed into the opponent's fat head and directly exploded. Lu Ye's figure rushed out from the rain of blood and went straight to the 3 behind him. The 3 bandit leaders were all shocked at this moment. They never expected that the third leader they had high hopes for would die like this. Seeing Lu Yi quickly approaching, the 3 bandit leaders did not dare to face him head-on and immediately scattered left and right. Lu Yi swept the spear in his hand and hit one of them in the waist. The huge force directly blew up half of the man's body. Without stopping, he caught up with the slowest one and grabbed him by the shoulder. "Why are you running?" This was the second leader of the stronghold. Being asked by Lu Yi, he was suddenly stunned. Of course, he was running for his life. Otherwise, what else could he run for? Seeing a fist rapidly enlarging in front of his eyes, he could not help but shout, "Big brother, save me!" With a bang, his head was smashed. Lu Yi looked up and saw that the last bandit had already run 20 feet away. He immediately raised the spear in his hand and threw it forward. "Stop!" A loud shout sounded, and another person rushed out from the depths of the stronghold. Lu Yi turned a deaf ear to him and looked forward. His spear had already pierced the figure several dozen feet away. At the last moment, the other party seemed to have urged his spirit chi to protect himself. But under the impact of such a violent force, this little bit of protection had no effect at all. End of chapter. Chapter 1936. You're too late. Lu Yi put down his hand and turned to look at the last bandit. The 6,000 words above the bandit's head dazzled Lu Yi. This was probably the bandit's first master. Good. The bandit's first master's lungs were about to explode. Looking at the broken limbs and minced meat on the ground, his heart ached so much that he found it difficult to breathe. He also realized that he had encountered a formidable opponent. His expression was extremely cold as he slowly pulled out a long sword from his waist and said coldly, How many years has it been since someone dared to behave atrociously in empty gale? You must die today." With a shake of the long sword in his hand, he assumed a fighting stance and beckoned to Lu Yi with his other hand. "Come and fight." Seeing this, Lu Ye's interest was immediately piqued. Speaking of which, ever since he entered this training scene, he had not encountered any decent opponents. Although the bandit leaders he had killed earlier had traces of cultivation, they had died so quickly that he could not tell how many apertures they had opened. This first master looked very confident, so he must have some strength. It was a good opportunity to see how dangerous this scene was. With this thought in mind, Lu Ye's figure flickered as he dashed toward his opponent. In a few breaths, he was only 3 meters away from the first master. The first master's long sword shook violently as spiritual energy surged around his body. His expression became extremely fierce, as if he was about to use a killing move. Lu Yi waited with rapt attention. Although he did not think that his opponent was a match for him, he never underestimated anyone in battle. The first master's hand, which had been behind his back all this time, suddenly rose high and dropped down. An inexplicable object was thrown from his hand and smashed right in front of Lu Yi. With a bang, a cloud of yellow mist burst out and wrapped around Lu Yi, blinding him in an instant. The mist was poisonous. Lu Yi was so angry that he laughed because he heard the sound of rapidly disappearing footsteps. At this moment, the first master was running for his life. How could he contend against an expert who could kill 4 of his sworn brothers in an instant? From the beginning, he knew that he was no match for Lu Yi. It was just that the timing of his shout was too awkward. If he had been a little later and saw his brothers being dealt with so easily, he definitely wouldn't have made a sound. However, he was extremely cunning. Even though he knew that he was no match for Lu Yi, he still acted as if he wanted to fight. Even with Lu Ye's experience, he didn't see any signs of cowardice on his face. He just wanted to catch Lu Yi off guard. With the help of his special item to distract the enemy's attention, he could take the opportunity to escape. There was a secret room at the back of the mountain, and there was a 1,500 kilograms of dragon breaking stone. As long as he could escape into the secret room and put down the dragon breaking stone, he would be safe and sound. At that time, he could escape through the secret passage that he had prepared beforehand. At least he could save his life. So what if he was strong? When he was outside, he still had to use his brain. Suddenly, the sound of someone chasing after him came from behind. The great master's heart trembled. He quickly turned around to take a look and saw that the enemy who should have been trapped in the same place was actually chasing after him at an unimaginable speed. He even saw that there was a cluster of wind lingering under the enemy's feet. What is this? The great master was dumbfounded. Lu Yi hadn't used the wind spirit rune for a long time. After the talent tree transformed, all the spirit runes had been carefully deduced, and the wind spirit rune had been replaced by the divine wind. However, with his current spiritual power reserves, it wasn't enough to activate the divine wind, so he could only use the wind spirit rune. This made him recall that when he was weak, he had been hunted down many times and had relied on this spirit rune to escape danger. Now that he was weak again, the wind spirit rune had become the capital to chase after people. The distance between them was rapidly closing. The great master finally panicked. He realized that the enemy's strength was much stronger than he had imagined. He wanted to beg for mercy, but the enemy was so aggressive and had mercilessly killed several of his brothers. Even if he begged for mercy, he was afraid that he wouldn't have a good end. He could only fight to the death. Thinking of this, the great master's heart hardened and he no longer ran forward. Almost at the same time that Lu Yi caught up, he turned around and poured all his spiritual power into the sword in his hand. Then he saw Lu Yi raise his palm and grab at him, his palm facing the tip of the sword. This guy was too arrogant. The great master was furious. Even if the other party was stronger than him, he was still made of flesh and blood. There was no way he could block his sword. The moment the sword and palm touched, the great master's face changed greatly. because at that moment an inexplicable pattern flashed out from the other party's palm. Then a triangular spiritual power barrier visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared, like a small spiritual power shield. The long sword stabbed into the spiritual power shield, but it didn't hurt the other party at all. Instead, a very powerful force came from the front. Ah! The long sword in the great master's hand bent and then flew out of his hand. His body involuntarily took a few steps back. Before he could steady himself, a fist rapidly enlarged in front of his eyes, and he flew out in an instant. The great master only saw stars in front of his eyes. Under this punch, the protective spiritual power he had hurriedly activated was like paper, unable to withstand a single blow. Getting up in a sorry state, he muttered behind him, "A little weak." With a bang, something hit his head, and the great master fell to the ground, blood flowing under his body. Lu Yi stood beside the great master's corpse, lost in thought. The bandit leaders could be considered to have barely entered the path of cultivation, but their cultivation was only at 2 or 3 apertures. Only the great master was slightly better, about 4 or 5 apertures, but this was still very weak to him, not to mention that he had opened another aperture on the way here. Even if he had opened 4 apertures, it wouldn't be difficult to deal with someone like the great master. At his current stage, the quality of spiritual power greatly increased his strength. In other words, with the same amount of spiritual power, the purer the spiritual power, the stronger the strength. Although the great master had opened 4 apertures, his spiritual power was impure, so killing him was like slaughtering a chicken. But it was a little strange. The 6th great master he had just killed seemed to have only opened 1 aperture. Compared to the others, he was pitifully weak. There were still some bandits who were lucky enough to survive. Since Lu Yi had broken through the door until now, only a dozen or so breaths of time had passed. During these dozen or so breaths of time, several leaders had died tragically and several dozen bandits had been killed. However, they had not been completely wiped out. When the surviving bandits saw that their leaders had been beaten to death, how could they have the courage to fight against Lu Yi? They scattered like birds and beasts. Lu Yi picked up the great master's sword and hunted them down. Soon, all the bandits in the stronghold had been wiped out. There was a small square in the stronghold, and there were a few chairs in the square. It seemed that the bandit leaders had gathered the bandits for a meeting. Lu Yi was sitting on the chair in the middle. He checked his Shura token and was in a good mood. This bandit extermination had brought him great benefits. He had gained nearly 500,000 Shura seals. Including the gains in the village, the Great Wind Mountain Bandits alone had brought him more than 600,000 Shura seals. He had never heard of anyone else encountering such a good thing in the Shura field. Even Rizhao's efficiency in obtaining Shura seals was not as high. After all, he had only been in this place for 2 days. Although his experience before entering was a little strange, it was nothing compared to his gains. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Lu Yi looked up and felt a headache coming on. At this moment, there were about 20 women who were not fully clothed standing in front of him. These women were not very old. The oldest looked to be about 24 or 25 years old, while the youngest was only in her early teens. Their expressions were fearful and confused. They were all ordinary people, so how could they have seen so many dead people? They had not been gathered by Lu Yi. They had gathered here on their own after realizing that the bandits had been wiped out. Lu Yi had not expected to encounter such a situation before coming here. Killing bandits was easy, and he could finish them off in a few moves. These women, how should he deal with them? Looking at them, Lu Yi could guess what had happened to them. These women had been plundered by the bandits from all over the place. They were the only living people left in the stronghold. There were no men, no children, and no old people. Lu Yi looked at them, and they looked back at him. Although they knew that this man was the culprit behind the rivers of blood in the stronghold, none of them felt afraid. Benefactor. From the crowd, a girl around 16 or 17 years old walked out. Compared to the other women, she was not the prettiest, but she definitely had the best figure. She was thin where she should be and big where she should be. Especially her chest, it was bountiful. It was hard to imagine that she had such capital at her age. Moreover, her expression was the calmest and most resolute of them all. Lu Yi could not help but look at her in a higher light. He also found that this woman was worth the most azure seals. As she spoke, she knelt on the ground and bowed deeply. Many thanks, benefactor, for saving us sisters from the fire and water. We sisters will remember this kindness in our hearts and will never forget it. Behind her, the others immediately knelt down and expressed their gratitude one after another. It was just a small matter. Lu Yi waved his hand. He had never experienced such a group of beautiful women kneeling in front of him. Get up! The girl straightened up, but did not stand up. Instead, she looked into Lu Ye's eyes. Can we ask benefactor for another favor? What is it? Lu Ye asked. The girl continued, Benefactor, can you take us away from here? Lu Yi could not help but fall silent. This experiential learning scene was undoubtedly a good opportunity to quickly obtain azure seals. Bringing along such a group of weak women would definitely slow down his progress. He also planned to look around and see if there were any bandits nearby that he could clean up. But if he left them here, it would not be safe. There were many strange beasts in the mountains, and these people did not have the ability to resist them, especially when the stronghold's gate was broken. While he was hesitating, in that mysterious place, beside the smooth mirror, several figures who had been observing Lu Yi could not help but feel nervous. Even the old patriarch who had stayed behind to oversee this place opened his eyes. They all knew that Lu Ye's choice to a certain extent would determine the future of their tribe. End of chapter. Chapter 1937. Even though Lu Ye's performance had met their expectations ever since they entered this special training environment, the test was not completely over. Just as the old chief had said, one's true nature could only be seen when one was weak. This matter concerned the future of the clan, and such an opportunity was too hard to wait for. No matter how careful they were, they could not be too careful. While they were nervous, the group of women in front of Lu Yi were even more nervous. As if seeing through his thoughts, the young girl suddenly smiled. Benefactor, there's no need to make things difficult for us. We sisters are already very lucky to have escaped this sea of suffering. If benefactor has something to do, please leave. We can also survive here. Lu Yi said, Since you've said so, then let's go together. He suddenly realized that this should be one of his missions for this training. In front of the smooth mirror, the cultivators let out a long sigh. The old chief nodded repeatedly. Good, good, good. This person has compassion in his heart. We can entrust him to us. The woman who had been following the chief asked, Chief, does this mean he passed the test? The chief nodded. Yes, but he has already begun his training. He can't end it halfway. He turned to look at the woman. Since you know him, make preparations in advance. The next time he goes out for training, bring him here. Yes, the woman respectfully replied, her eyes filled with anticipation. Her clan had waited for countless years. Was this day finally coming? Thank you, benefactor. The young girl was stunned for a moment. Only then did she react and hurriedly kowtow. The group of women behind her followed suit. All right, stand up and talk. Lu Yi raised his hand. Since they were going to leave, they naturally had to gather supplies first. At the very least, they had to have food on the way. Fortunately, there was not much else in the stronghold, but there was plenty of dried meat, which the bandits had obtained from hunting strange beasts. There was also rice and flour. Benefactor, this belongs to the bandit leader. He treats it like a treasure. I saw him holding it several times when he was cultivating, but I don't know what it is. While Lu Yi waited, Yao Nuan walked up and handed him a cloth bag. Yao Nuan was the young girl who had first spoken to Lu Yi. Lu Yi curiously took the bag and opened it to find that it was filled with earthy, yellow, stone-like objects that weighed about a dozen kilograms. Lu Ye's eyes lit up and he reached out to pick up a piece. After examining it for a moment, his expression turned to one of surprise, because he found that there was a weak spiritual energy stored in this thing. He had thought about it before, since there was the concept of cultivation in this world. Although the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was thin, it was still there. Then, were there things like spirit stones? Now that he looked at it, there really were. The things that Yao and Wan brought over were undoubtedly the spirit stones of this world. However, compared to the spirit stones he knew, there was not much spiritual energy stored in this thing. Moreover, it was not pure. It should have something to do with the environment of this realm. After all, this realm was too low level. Even if there were some places that could produce spirit stones, the quality was very low. It was no wonder that the first master's spiritual power was impure. It would be strange if his spiritual power was pure when he used such a thing to cultivate. However, this was not a problem for him. Under the power of the talent tree, any impurities could be refined. Well done. Lu Yi praised. Keep an eye out. If you see anything like this again, collect them and give them to me. Hearing the praise, Yao Wan was clearly very happy. Don't worry, benefactor. I will keep an eye out. It took half a day to collect all kinds of supplies and prepare to leave. The sky gradually darkened, and Lu Yi decided to leave tomorrow. As for where to go, Yao Wan also gave him some suggestions. 200 li away was Ding and City, which was undoubtedly a good place to go. If Lu Yi was alone, he could easily cover a distance of 200 li. But with so many women, it would take a lot of time. Fortunately, there were many horses in the stronghold, which could be used to transport people or goods. For the entire night, Lu Yi cultivated with the help of those inferior spirit stones. Although they were inferior, they were still spirit stones. The effects of cultivation were much better than eating meat. When dawn arrived, the group of rescued women were all ready. They each mounted a horse, and under Lu Ye's lead, they left the stronghold and headed in the direction of Ding and City. The group of horses advanced, with Lu Yi leading the way, eating along the way. He had already refined all the spirit stones that Yao Wan had given him. Now, if he wanted to increase his cultivation, he could only convert them through his qi and blood. With the talent tree, the efficiency was not low. Most of the women had never ridden a horse before. They supported each other along the way, enduring the pain of the bumpy ride. Lu Yi realized that the world in this realm was very chaotic. Along the way, he would occasionally encounter some bandits who blocked his way and robbed him. This group of more than 20 good-looking women was no doubt the bandits' favorite target. Unfortunately, none of the bandits returned. They had all turned into seals for Lu Yi, which made him feel very good along the way. It seemed that he did not need to look for them himself. As long as he brought these women, there would always be a living seal delivered to his door. What made him feel strange was that the bandits he encountered were getting stronger and stronger. After all, the first leader of Great Wind Mountain, whom he had killed, only had a cultivation of 4 or 5 apertures. Other than a few leaders, the rest were all ordinary people who had never cultivated before. However, along the way, the bandits he encountered basically all showed signs of cultivation. There were a few times when the bandits' cultivation surpassed the leaders. Lu Yi couldn't help but feel that the enemy's strength was growing along with his own cultivation. He did not know what was going on. "Benefactor, drink some water." While resting, Yao Wan took out a water bag and handed it to Lu Yi. Lu Yi took the cup and took a sip, thanking him. Yao Wan did not leave. She just looked at Lu Yi curiously. "What's the matter?" Lu Yi asked incoherently with food in his mouth. "Benefactor, are you cultivating by eating like this?" Yao Wan asked. The main reason was that Lu Yi could eat too much. Ever since they set off from the stronghold, Lu Yi had not stopped eating. Originally, Lu Ye's black horse had been carrying bags of food, but now they were almost finished. Moreover, he would occasionally hunt along the way and killed several strange beasts. What surprised Yan Wan was that Lu Ye's stomach did not show any signs of bloating. Yes, Lu Yi nodded. Yan Wan's eyes lit up. Can I cultivate like this? She had seen the leader cultivate before, and he always looked unfathomable. However, if she could cultivate just by eating, she might be able to do it. You. Lu Yi looked at her in surprise. However, thinking of her experience, he could understand her desire for cultivation. Do you want to try? If it's possible. Yan Wan's eyes were filled with anticipation. Give me your hand. Yan Wan hurriedly stretched out her hand. After living together for a few days, she knew Lu Ye's personality very well. It could be said that there were many beautiful women among them. If Lu Yi wanted to, he could do whatever he wanted. Moreover, he was so strong and was their savior. Most likely no one would resist. Instead, they would take the initiative to cater to him. However, up until now, Lu Yi had not done anything out of line. He had taken good care of them along the way, which was enough to show his noble character. Lu Yi grabbed Yan Wan's small hand and infused it with his spiritual power. Although his cultivation was not high enough, Yu Yao's foundation was there. He could roughly understand whether someone had the aptitude for cultivation and what their aptitude was like. His spiritual power was like silk, flowing through Yan Wan's body without any obstruction. Lu Yi nodded. Your aptitude is not bad. Yan Wan's eyes lit up. In other words, I can cultivate? Yes. Lu Yi nodded. Yan Wan bit her lip, her face full of anticipation. Benefactor, can you tell me, how can I cultivate like you? Lu Yi smiled slightly. My cultivation method is not suitable for you. Yan Wan's face darkened. But you can still try. As Lu Yi spoke, he raised his hand and tapped Yan Wan's abdomen. When one first started cultivating, the most difficult stage was to determine the location of the spiritual aperture without guidance. In other words, it was impossible to find the specific location of the spiritual aperture. Lu Yi had come from this stage, so he naturally knew this difficulty. Back then, he had also accurately located the location of the spiritual aperture under Tang Yifeng's guidance. What he was doing now was what the sect master had done for him in the early years. Remember this location. This is the origin's spiritual aperture, and it is also the source of a cultivator's spiritual power. It is extremely important. As Lu Ye's voice rang out, Yan Wan's slightly flushed face immediately turned serious. She carefully sensed the location of the origin's spiritual aperture and listened to Lu Ye's explanation of the cultivation method. In this domain where spiritual qi was thin and spirit stones were heterogeneous and impure, the most traditional method of transforming one's vitality into spiritual power should be the cultivation method that most cultivators used. Yan Wan's aptitude was indeed not bad. As Lu Yi explained, she quickly gained some insights. She sat there quietly and transformed her own vitality. Lu Yi did not disturb her. When he raised his head, he saw many eager eyes looking at him. Why don't you all give it a try? Lu Yi said. The group of women immediately let out joyful cries and lined up in front of Lu Yi. Most of these women were not suitable for cultivation. The few who were suitable did not have great aptitudes. Yan Wan was the only exception. However, Lu Yi did not say it clearly. They had been humiliated before and did not have much hope for life. Now that there was something to look forward to, there was no need to shatter their dreams. Moreover, the most important thing about cultivation was perseverance. Even Yan Wan would not have any substantial changes in a short period of time. The caravan continued forward. After another 2 days, they finally arrived at Ding'an City. Outside the city gates, Lu Yi bid farewell to Yan Wan and the others. By sending them here, Lu Yi could be considered to have completed his mission. He had found a lot of gold and silver in the mountain stronghold, which he had left to Yaonuan and the others. Therefore, after these women entered the city, they would definitely have no problems living. Lu Yi did not intend to enter the city. Now that he had a rare opportunity, he naturally wanted to act chivalrous and uphold justice. Punishing evil and eliminating evil was more important. Moreover, he had to understand one thing as soon as possible. What was the main mission of his training this time? Only by understanding this point would he be able to accurately know when this trial would end. End of chapter. Chapter 1938. Training in the Azura field didn't require a fixed amount of time. Normally, it wouldn't take too long and could be completed within a month or two. Lu Yi had experienced this twice before. However, there were exceptions. Some training scenes could take several years, or even more than a decade. Before completing the final mission, cultivators were not allowed to leave. There was only one exception, and that was if they were challenged 3 days before the ranking of the battle arena was announced. If the challenged cultivator chose to accept the challenge, they would directly enter the battle arena space. After the battle, they would return to their own experiential learning environment. Thus, cultivators who wanted to maintain their rankings didn't need to worry about their training causing problems. Today's training scene was undoubtedly a good place for Lu Yi to quickly accumulate Azura seals, so he didn't want it to end so quickly. It would be best if he could stay here for a decade or so. Based on his current efficiency of obtaining Azura seals, he might even be able to exchange for treasures in the Azura field after a decade or so. However, he knew that this was probably impossible because the level of this world was too low. The Azura field wouldn't allow him to stay here for too long. "Benefactor, take care," Yaonuan said. The other women stood behind her and looked at Lu Yi with gratitude and reluctance. Now that they had escaped the sea of bitterness and arrived at Ding and City, no one would know of their past and they could have a new life in the future. Lu Yi nodded. "Everyone, take care as well." He grabbed the black horse's reins and turned to leave. At this moment, the sound of galloping horse hooves came from the distance, followed by a series of whooshing sounds. Puff, puff, puff sounds rang out, mixed with a few miserable screams. The city gate was instantly thrown into chaos. Yaonuan and the others also paled. Lu Yi was already standing in front of a group of women with his spear. A few broken arrows fell in front of him, but he had sensed something was wrong and intercepted the arrows in time. Otherwise, one of the women behind him would have been in trouble. He focused his gaze and saw that about 300 feet away, there was a group of uninvited guests on horseback. The person in the lead had a fierce look on his face. He only had one eye, and the other eye was covered with a black cloth, as if it was stuck with a piece of dogskin plaster. There weren't many people, only about 30 of them. Each of them carried a longbow and had a black cloth tied to their sleeves or foreheads. The unforeseen event just now was caused by these people. That volley of shots had caused at least a dozen passers-by to suffer an unexpected calamity. Some of them had died on the spot, but most of them had survived and were now wailing in grief. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows. Along the way, he had killed quite a number of bandits who had tried to rob him, so he could tell at a glance that this group of people in front of him were not good people. They were already in Ding and City, yet there were still Azura seals coming to their doorstep. Black Turban Army. Outside the city gate, after seeing the black scarves on the bandits, the expression on the guards' faces changed greatly, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. They had never thought that the notorious Black Scarf Army would have actually come here. Then he saw a young man with a long saber at his waist and a thick spear in his hand charge toward the Black Scarf Army in high spirits. The one-eyed Black Scarf Army commander rode on a large horse and allowed his subordinates to wantonly kill a dozen civilians. Just as he was about to announce the Black Scarf Army's demands, he saw Lu Yi take the initiative to meet him. He was stunned for a moment before coldly snorting, "Kill him!" In this world, there would always be a few clowns who overestimated their own abilities and flaunted their righteousness, thinking that they could contend against the rolling tide of the world. He had seen many such people in the past, but they had all been reduced to powder under the iron hooves of the Black Scarf Army. At his command, the group of archers behind him immediately fired in a flurry of arrows. Outside the city gate, quite a few people grimaced in pain, unable to bear to watch. At this moment, the one-eyed Black Turban Army was stunned because the arrows that shot at the newcomer's body did not injure him at all. The newcomer seemed to have a body of copper skin and iron bones. When the arrows touched his body, they were all bounced off, leaving only marks on his clothes. A cultivator. The one-eyed Black Scarf Army commander sensed the fluctuations of spiritual power on Lu Ye's body and immediately drew a large saber from his horse. So what if he was a cultivator? He was also successful in his cultivation and was confident that he would not lose out to the other party. Lu Yi had already rushed in front of the one-eyed Black Scarf Army commander, his thick spear thrusting forward. "How dare you!" The one-eyed Black Scarf Army commander roared angrily and leaped from his horse. With the force of his charge, he viciously swung his saber at Lu Ye's head. With his brute strength and 5 apertures cultivation, he was confident that a passerby could not block his attack. After all, the other party looked too young. At his age, he had not even touched the path of cultivation. Pucci, the one-eyed Black Scarf Army commander's eyes trembled violently and his chest throbbed with pain. His entire body had been pierced through by the spear, hanging from the shaft like a dead fish. "You." His face was filled with fear. He only had time to spit out a single word before his consciousness blurred. Lu Yi swung his spear, flinging the corpse to the side. He brazenly charged into the group of archers, killing one with a single spear strike. When the archers saw the one-eyed leader die so easily, they all turned pale with fright. They did not dare to confront Lu Yi and only focused on fleeing. But how could they escape? With the support of wind travel, Lu Yi could chase them to death, even if they were on horseback. In a short period of time, the attacking Black Scarf Army had been completely wiped out, leaving only a few dozen tall horses neighing uneasily. In front of the city gate, the smell of blood filled the air. Lu Yi wiped the blood off his spear on one of the corpses and walked back with his spear. But what made him feel strange was that the people in front of the city gate didn't seem happy at all. Instead, they seemed to be panic-stricken. Only the general on duty had an expression of shock and admiration. Lu Yi was too lazy to pay attention to them. He walked over to Yaowan and the others and asked, "Are you all right?" The girls all shook their heads. "All right, then let's enter the city. It's not safe outside." Lu Yi waved his hand. He had already sensed that this world was chaotic, but he had not expected it to be chaotic to this extent. There were actually people coming to the city gate to commit crimes. Yaowan and the others nodded. "Benefactor, take care." The sound of hurried footsteps came from the side. Lu Yi turned his head and saw that it was the general on duty. The man looked to be around 40 years old. He cupped his fists and said, "This one is Ding in city's Zhouping. May I ask for Sir's name?" Lu Yi could sense that this man also had traces of cultivation. He did not know how many acupoints he had opened, but based on his previous interactions with him, this Zhouping should not have opened too many acupoints. "Lu Yi." "Sir Lu." Zhouping bowed again. His attitude was very respectful, and his eyes were filled with eagerness. "May I ask if Sir is leaving?" "That's right. What advice do you have for me?" "I wouldn't dare. However, Sir might not know that the Black Scarf Army's Vanguard Scout team was killed. They will definitely not let this matter rest. When the time comes, they will definitely send an army to suppress the city. Sir, for the sake of righteousness, this show would like to ask Sir to stay and fight the bandit army with us." Lu Yi blinked. "You mean there will be more Black Scarf Army soldiers coming?" "Of course. This bandit army will not shrink from any crime. Wherever they go, the people will not be able to make a living. Several cities have already fallen. However, I did not expect them to come so quickly and have already arrived near Ding. Lu Ye's expression immediately turned solemn. Eliminating violence and bringing peace to the people. Protecting the country is my duty. Zhou Ping was overjoyed. Thank you, sir. Sir, please enter the city first and follow me to pay a visit to the city lord. He did not expect Lu Yi to be so easy to talk to. Please. Lu Yi extended his hand. After a short while, Zhou Ping gave an order and brought Lu Yi into the city. Yaowan and the others happily followed closely behind, although they had not known each other for long. In the past few days when they came together, Lu Yi had repeatedly single-handedly repelled the attacking bandits, giving them a moment of peace. When they arrived at Ding and city, Lu Yi wanted to leave. They were already somewhat reluctant to part with him, but now Lu Yi was not leaving. Zhou Ping was a member of the Ding, and 3 great families, the Zhou clan. He could be considered a tyrant. Seeing that it was inconvenient for Lu Yi to bring so many women, he first took the initiative to arrange for Yaowan and the others to stay in a courtyard belonging to the Zhou clan. Only then did he lead Lu Yi to the city, Lord's mansion. On the way, Lu Yi chatted with him and learned a little about the Black Scarf Army. In this world, bandits were incessant. Everywhere, there were green forest bandits who occupied mountains and called themselves kings. This was how the Black Scarf Army began. At first, they were only a group of bandits. Later, they slowly grew and expanded, giving them the name Black Scarf Army. Once their foundation was solid, they were no longer satisfied with the small profits they made from robbing people. Instead, they began to set their sights on crowded areas. They repeatedly slaughtered villages and besieged cities. As their reputation spread, more and more bandits sought refuge with them. It could be said that the entire Black Scarf Army was made up of countless bandits. Wherever this group of bandits passed, the people of the various cities would feel even more threatened. Previously, Zhou Ping had heard that they were still 500 li away, but for some unknown reason, they had already fled to the vicinity. Today, a small scout team from the Black Scarf Army had appeared. It would not be long before the entire Black Scarf Army would gather around Ding. When that time came, such a fat piece of meat would be placed in front of their mouths. The Black Scarf Army would definitely not let it go. This was also the reason why Zhou Ping had invited Lu Yi. In the previous confrontation, Zhou Ping could see that Lu Yi was very strong. After a short while, in the side hall of the city lord's mansion, Lu Yi and Zhou Ping sat upright. A maid served them tea before withdrawing. The 2 of them chatted as they waited. Zhou Ping was still excitedly telling Lu Yi about the Black Scarf Army. However, he did not notice that Lu Ye's expression gradually became indifferent. After a while, Zhou Ping's mouth became dry from talking. He asked with some doubt, "Why hasn't the city lord come yet?" When he had arrived, he had asked someone to inform him. Logically speaking, the city lord should have already appeared. Lu Yi turned to look at him with a leisurely gaze. Zhou Ping looked back. "Sir, what's wrong? Is there something on my face? Are you dizzy?" Lu Yi suddenly asked. End of chapter.